Power or strength.
All right, call to order the second reading, Johnson County Council 2024 budget hearings, 8:30 a.m. First item up on the agenda is number 1001108, prosecuting attorney. Excuse me. Hello, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We don't have any changes. We're just here for our second reading.
Nothing to add.
Lance, I can't, I couldn't hear a word you said. I'm sorry.
I said, I was
There we
trying to
go.
make this thing work. I said, we're just here for our second reading. We didn't submit any changes or any, well, just the change that they told us to do.
Right.
So we've got all new pages in here, so we'll just take a little bit of time at each one, if you'd allow us to just kind of digest what we've got in front of us. And you'll also be addressing through to number 2509, is that correct? So you got 1001, 108, 1001, 118 prosecutor, 4D number 2508 prosecutor deferral, I said 9D, I'm sorry, 2509 pre-trial diversion. So those are all yours, I believe. So that's what we'll be discussing. Does anybody have anything they'd like to ask our prosecutor, our honorable prosecutor, Lance Hammer?
Are we looking at them all as a whole? Or are we taking them individually?
Yes, I think so. Unless you would like to take them individually. I think we can take them all as a whole. That's 1001, 108, 1001, 118, 2508, and 2509.
I have a couple of things, when appropriate, that have been asked by me that I would like for Lance to address if it's okay.
Absolutely.
Would you like me to do that now?
Sure.
Okay. This is not a change, Lance. This was approved at the first budget, but there's been lots of changes since we've been in the first reading. At best, it's been confusing for me, a lot of information in a short period of time, and I think we're fine. But there's been a couple of questions from taxpayers that I have been asked that I would like for you to address. They're not nothing earth-shattering here, but and we've got two different budget books here, so please forgive me. But in 2509, under the part-time, I see that it was in 23, it was 10,000. There was an additional appropriation done last year for the 50,000 or so, or some odd, to bring it up to almost the 60,000. Yeah, and you did.
When we're to have a discussion, just say what page and what line.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's on page 5. 2509, prosecutors, pretrial division, account number 11400.
Thank you.
23, it was 10,000. There was an additional appropriation that was done to bring it up to close to the 60 that's being requested this year. However, after X amount of months, you still have a balance in there of 55,139. So the question has been posed, why the additional 60,000 going into 2024 when you've not used but a minimal amount of the additional appropriation in 2023? Can you talk about that for a second?
Yeah, the part-time is usually going to go to somebody who is a law student, to be a law clerk, do research and write things for us. And some of those people haven't finished. When I say law student, I mean some of them are just fresh out, or they're in the middle of, and they just haven't been available, so we haven't been able to use it. So we thought we'd just keep that in there because that's our discretionary money. That's the self-generated diversion money.
Yeah, so obviously if that's not used at the end of the year, that'll
just goes back into the,
Right. So do you anticipate using that much
I mean,
moving forward in 2024?
yes.
Okay. Okay. And then one of the other questions, I don't know if anybody sits in on the commissioners meetings, but it's always a sensitive topic on the wearing apparel for the different departments. I know a lot of people have a lot of different views on wearing apparel. And let me find the line item here for everybody.
25,100.
Page 6.
Page 6.
Yeah,
Yeah. And what was the account number?
25100. Page
Page
6.
Got it. Okay. You went from no wearing apparel in 2023 to asking for almost $4,000 for wearing apparel for the prosecutor's office. Can you elaborate on what the need for the county to buy wearing apparel for the prosecutors? They all have badges, they all have name tags like the other departments, correct?
No,
No?
what this would be is wearing apparel that has the logo on it, that is basically the badge of the office.
Uh-huh. And it's never been required before, it's just something new now?
Yes,
Okay.
it's something that I did when I was prosecutor the first time. I wanted my people to be identifiable in the office. If they were not wearing like a suit,
Mhm.
then I would like them to have something that says who they are. So if anybody comes in the office, they knew who our people are.
And that's for your whole staff?
Yes.
Okay. And the other item is account number 3100 under professional services. And I know that we talked about this, but again, I apologize. We've
Tell
been
me
given
again, where
a
are we?
professional services,
Okay.
account number 31,000, page 6. And
He
it
may have a
looks,
different page number.
I'm sorry.
He may have a different page number or is ours.
That's right. You may have a different page
Nope, I'm
number.
there. I found it.
So it's under 2509. And it's 31,000.
It's probably on page 5.
5 of the old, 6
Yeah.
of the new.
But professional services is what she's talking about.
It looks to me like $5,000 was initially appropriate or initially budgeted in 23. Looks like they came back for a $30,000 additional appropriation. And I believe you have a balance of almost $15,000. So you asked for the $35,000, which is what it was brought up to. So I'm assuming that whatever you needed the money for that was paid for in 2023 would be the same in 2024. But I just need you to talk about that a little bit.
Professional services is for people like witnesses and things who by statute are allowed to charge a fee. For example, if we had a crime, a murder scene, we had civilian witnesses, we have police officer witnesses, they come in, they testify, they're just subpoenaed. Any civilian that's out there, when I say civilian, I mean non-law enforcement, they get a subpoena, they testify. But if we have to have anybody that who is an expert, like a doctor, somebody that draws diagrams, somebody that creates computer generations showing crime scenes and things like that, those are people we would have to pay.
Okay. I'm not sure if anybody else has any additional questions, but thank you again for, and I'm sure that's readdressing some of the stuff,
Oh, that's okay, thank you.
but I appreciate it.
Thank
Thank you.
Right, so any additional questions? For Mr. Handler? And while you're doing that consideration for additional conversation, there's a small thing in front of you that's the sample motions. Please use that as a designation for your reading or for your motion. So it's move to approve as resubmitted on second reading, or move to approve as resubmitted on second reading with the following changes. So we could just put that in front of us and use that for. So right now we're considering 1001, 108, 1001, 118, 2508, and 2509.
I'm gonna make a motion to approve as resubmitted on second reading. 101, 108, 101, 119, 2508, and 2509.
Motion by Ron Deere, second by John Myers. Any additional discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next up is Sheriff, Jail, Lit Correctional Rehab Facility, Crisis Intervention, Extradition, Firearms Training. Sheriff,
Good
how
morning,
are you? Good morning, sir.
Wayne Burgess, Johnson County Sheriff. I guess just let you guys begin and see how it goes. I do appreciate everybody having some good conversation with me to go in the right direction for our budget. It's important for my folks and for us to be competitive in this market and to keep good police officers or sheriff's deputies at the sheriff's office. I know that Amy told me this morning, several items were moved into the lit as well.
Okay.
So can you just do like the 105 budget first?
Yes. So counselors, if you would look at 105, 101, 105, and I think it's pages 7 and 9 old, but same as on this one. Page 7 through 9.
7 to 10 on the new one.
9, 10. Thank you. And please correct me on all these because you know why.
Sheriff, on these, and I have to be honest with you, we just got this information as we came in this morning, so I will apologize. If I have not had time to scrutinize these line items. That's just being totally honest. I have not had time to look at the final product. So if you've answered these questions before, like with Mr. Hammond, I apologize. But it was my thought when at second reading, we would not have touched what was falling under the umbrella of public service, or I'm sorry,
Safety.
yeah, public safety, that we were not going to touch those, that any changes would be made for all other budgets because of some of the huge bumps to get things as you, everybody worked on an even keel moving forward. So, and again, I've not had time to look at any of these. So on these budgets, did you guys go back and increase yet again as to what we looked at on first reading, or are they all the same?
Andy
not
went through
been
the numbers, so I'm
touched.
gonna let him grab that question.
Okay,
Everything's the same except for the non-public safety employees. So that would be our support staff, clerks, cooks, maintenance, all that. We're changed from 5 to 7, which is what we talked after the meeting, and we were a little confused too about but the general consensus was that we thought that the council wanted all county employees to have 7%. And so those that we had put in at 5, that were the non-public safety employees, we bumped up to 7. That's the only change that we've done. Everything else is exactly as we submitted the first time.
okay, so I'm going to repeat this back to you, just to make sure I understand.
Okay,
Okay, the non-officer positions, right?
non-sworn positions, that's correct,
Okay.
yes.
And your example was the cooks and things. They were all originally submitted at 5% as
5%.
requested.
Yes,
Okay, so you went back in and increased those to the 7
the
as was
7%.
instructed here.
right.
So none of these employees then were part of that panel to bring them up and give them a huge bump.
Correct. They were, let me, it's going to be a little confusing here. When we had we'll call it a committee, it was an unofficial committee, but several of the department heads, myself, that got together, with probation, court services, and community corrections, and all the people at juvenile detention. There were some other things that we did that we also put into place where to bring all the clerks up to the same level, to bring all those employees up to the same level. That was in the original submission of
Yeah.
some of them. So that was brought back to the 7%. So I should have said that a little bit differently. There were some that were under 7, they were brought up to 7. There were some that were over that were brought down to 7, as that's what we interpreted was the request of the council.
Well, I think what we were trying to do, and excuse me for interrupting.
Oh, no.
Jason, in the courthouse had been trying to get to a level, and we were
Right.
trying to get to a parity on custodial staff. Are we able to achieve that? Did those stay the same or?
That would be his, bringing his up to what was in here, which is actually then a little bit
More than what was originally?
more than what was
submitted?
originally submitted, because that was 5. So we moved ours up to 7, so then that will increase his to, I don't know what percentage.
Well, I
but
would
it'll be
make
more
a
than 7.
suggestion to the council that we reconsider Jason's when we get to his.
Jason's is resubmitted to match the sheriff's.
Oh, thank you. All right, well, that's what I wasn't clear on.
So you've lowered all of the 7%. Oh, I'm
Sworn
sorry.
position. Yes, it's a sworn position.
I didn't
Yes.
hear,
Yeah,
I didn't hear
yeah.
what they're talking about. then. I'm sorry.
No, I think that we're at the same place on that. So we do have parity between Jason and people and the sheriff's people. So that's what I was concerned about, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just going to reiterate, so those that were above 7 that are non-officer, you lowered
We're
those to
brought down
7.
to 7%.
Those were
correct.
at 5, you raised to 7.
7. Yes,
Okay, so again, stating I've not gone over any line item. I just don't want to be home tonight going through this and find one. Not that anyone would be deceptive, that has got the big bump and then an additional 7%.
Right, if you go through the personnel positions on ours, everyone will be at 7%, other than the sworn officers and all the different.
And you
employees
didn't
that that
touch
falls
those
under,
bumps,
And we
right?
didn't touch those from the first read. correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
If I could just add to help you.
Yes.
So for like the clerks and the cooks and those departments you're talking about, just look at those line items in the budget because they were not resubmitted consistently. They weren't all resubmitted the same way. So just look at those line items when you get to those budgets.
I'm even more confused now. So they weren't submitted as the same amounts on the first budget?
Well, they're going to be in the other funds.
So if you look at each budget, look at those line items and see what happened. They submitted it 7% of the 23 amount,
Uh-huh.
but not all of the rest of the departments did that same thing.
John, you got that?
I do.
Is it what, that all the rest of the departments in what?
They just stated 5% then is what you're saying.
No. Just look at those line items in those other departments and see what they did.
I feel like this is a mystery I need to uncover. Okay.
I might be able to clear it up a little bit more, but it was gonna come up at some point during the day, and we didn't know because we talked yesterday, myself and the department heads from the other departments that got together. So, again, because of the different interpretations that we had walking away from after the council meeting on how that was supposed to work, I found out after, so I talked a lot to Amy on Tuesday, because again, ours is one of the biggest budgets. And that's how we did it. What I just explained to you is how I put it down when I sent it to her. After that point, then she was able to start working on some of the other, and correct me if I'm wrong, and this is my interpretation of how we talk. She was able to work on some of those other departments. So when we got together, we talked about all the public safety employees, which includes juvenile detention correctional officers, field officers for community corrections, all those things. We talked about those, and along with those, they had brought theirs up, and ours was a slight bump to match the clerks, the maintenance, the cooks, all of those things. Not maintenance, I'm sorry, that was misspeaking, that's its own. But the cooks, like at juvenile detention, all the clerks, office managers, all up to the same level.
So
I
they
had
were
already
they were
turned-
part of the bump.
Correct.
Uh-huh.
I had already turned it in, reversing that bump down to 7%. I believe they didn't, and that's what Amy's saying, okay? So this is where it's a little confusing. We had sort of 3 different discussions going on. We had the public safety discussion, we had some of the employees and all departments that were non-public safety people, but were part of those departments. That was its own separate discussion. And I think we did something different than what everybody else did. And that was just due to, I don't think anybody knew for sure what the right answer was. And I did it differently than they did when we submitted the numbers. So if that's the will of the council, we could bump those back up to the, so what we're gonna have is much like maintenance, and I don't know how deep in the weeds you all want to get into this, but the term clerk is used throughout county government in a lot of different positions. And is that what you're, if you want us to put that up to that equity where they're all at the same level, we could do that. We had originally done that. But the one that's in front of you, unless, Amy, you didn't change it from when we talked on Tuesday, right? The one that's in front of you then is going to be at the 7%, but you will see like positions in other budgets that will be other numbers than that. Because the pays were all over the place.
Okay, let me clarify that, because I'm the one that made the motion. And we had lengthy discussion about it at our last meeting, and also the personnel committee is addressing
Right.
the inequity, or the imperative, the differences between clerk, which we're not addressing today. What the instruction was very clear that those elected officials work 5%, and Pam helped me clarify this and on our last meeting, and those positions that came in at 9 or 9.7 or whatever it might be were to be lowered to 7. Those were at 5 were to be brought up to 7. That was the instruction that, and the recommendation made by this council. And we'll see today if that was followed.
That's what we have. That's what we turned it.
Yeah. It doesn't mean that a clerk that I identified in another department is the same as the clerk, because that's what we're addressing on the personnel committee.
Thanks, Andy.
All right, so do we need to take these one at a time as far as motions? All right. All right, then the first one is number 1001, 105. Is there further discussion on that?
You said stuff was moved to the lit, or somebody said something. I don't see anything moved. to the lit.
That's
Nothing
not-
out of this budget?
Not on the 105.
Okay. Good.
124.
All right, so back to 1001, 105.
I move to approve count 1001, 105 as resubmitted on second reading.
Second.
Motion by John Dittmers, second by John Myers. Any further discussion on 1001, 105? All right, hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, sir, on that. All right, next one is jail, 1001, 124, and this is the consideration for the lift. So just to clarify, this is coming from the correctional facility lit, which enables us to move funds from the general fund to the, well, I know we're not moving
Okay.
it, but it did in the past. Move funds from the general fund to the lit. Does anybody have any discussion or questions regarding 124?
So all of the 124 is going to be moved into the lit? Is that what you're saying?
Whatever you see that's zeroed out should be what's going to live.
Okay, that has a 0 on it. That's going to go into the lit.
So if you would just take a motion on the general funds 1001, 124, which is 0, take a motion on that. And then you can do a motion on the 1233, 124, which is where they're moved to.
All right. I missed that page. Thank you. So it's page 11 in front of you right now.
Mhm.
Make a motion to approve 1001, 124 general fund jail as approved on first reading.
Motion by,
No,
No.
it's, no.
Second reading.
It's all going to 0, so it
As
says
resubmitted
resubmitted.
on second reading.
you know, like this whole thing says there.
Okay, move to approve is resubmitted on second reading.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Deere, second by Mr. Myers. Any further discussion on general fund 1001, 124? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next one is one. I'm following the pink sheet, I hope, and I'm right. Number 1233, 124, Lit Correctional Rehab Facility 2. Discussion? Or questions? All right, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Can you give me just 1 second so I can,
Absolutely.
okay, I'd like to go down and look at, compare these
Please.
numbers if you don't mind. Sure, or am I correct to see that these have all pretty much stayed the same? Are there any, would you please point out any significant changes from first reading to second reading in this? Yes, please. I'm looking, I don't see anything.
No, just a few more of the same salary things. Some of those that we talked about in the 105 are in this one. That's the only, a few of the 5s to 7s. Maintenance,
Yes.
cook, all those are in here. Correct.
But none with the significant bumps. Okay,
Correct. No, nothing else changed from the. first-
okay,
first
thank
reading.
you. I'm ready, sir.
All right, 1233, 124. Any additional?
I'd move to approve 1233, count 1233, 124 Lit Correctional Rehab as resubmitted on the second reading.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by John Bittmer, second by John Myers. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. All right, next up is 8950155 Crisis Intervention Team, correct? Any any questions regarding this? I'll speak in favor of this because this is what, I think this is like saving the county tenfold, this particular fund. And what costs are being diverted away from the jails and into.
They're just doing great work in the county, and it's
Yeah.
not just for the sheriff's office, it's other agencies that they help out, they're calling, so they're doing, it's been the best thing that we've done.
Any further discussion or any questions regarding this? I'll make a motion to approve 8950155 as resubmitted on the second reading.
Second.
Motion by Jonathan T, second by Ron Deere. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? This fund carries. Thank you. Next up is extradition, number 1155. I think we could take 115 and 1156 together, don't you?
1157.
And 11. I'm sorry, 1175.
1175 has salary, so you might just do that separate.
Oh, yeah.
1155 and 1156. Are you
Can we-
prepared for a motion for that?
Yes.
I'll make a motion for 1155 Sheriff's Extradition and 1156 Sheriff's Firearms to approve as was approved on first reading.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion by Pamela Burton, second by John Myers. Any additional discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. Next one is number 1175, county misdemeanor. Any questions?
I do have a question on that one, just so I'm clear. Okay, in 2023, it was 50,600, correct? And then your request for 2024 was 53,130. I'm assuming
That was when we did. 5%.
that was at the 5.
Right.
Okay, got it.
That's one of the ones that bumped to 7.
Okay, okay,
And of course, your FICA and your PERF's gonna change. as well.
correct, correct. If you're ready for a motion?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to approve 1175 sheriff's misdemeanor as was approved on first reading.
No,
Nope.
as resubmitted.
Oh, I'm sorry. There was a change. We just talked about
Yep.
that. I'm sorry. As was resubmitted on second reading.
Second.
Motion by Pamela Burton, second by John Myers. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up is 1001, 138 Unified Probation.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Angela Morris, Director of Court Services. First thing, I want to thank Amy and the auditor's office that helped her. I think the task that she was given in 4 business days was a lot to ask. And I know she worked long hours and hours outside of business hours, so it was appreciated and I want
So
to
you get her
recognize her.
5:30 in the morning emails as well?
Yeah,
Agreed, Angela.
yeah.
So we're gonna take this one at a time here. We're gonna do 1001, 138. That's on, I'll make sure I've got the right pages here.
1001, 138 is the only general fund that probation has, and that's where all of our salaries are.
So Angela, I would have the same question for you. I need you to point out to me any of these that were involved in the, what I'm going to refer to as the big bump.
The
And then,
public safety.
and then another additional 7% added on to that. If it's applicable for any of these.
Yeah. So the one, you're wanting to know what was in the public safety charts presented that was approved and told to be left alone.
So in 2023, let's just take the first one. It was 101,304.
Mhm,
So the 106,370, I'm assuming is at 5%.
correct,
And then the 108,395 is now at the 7%,
correct.
right? So did you just explain to me, after working with the auditor's office and hearing our different versions of what you needed to do, how you proceeded with this budget?
I just added 7% to the 2023 adopted budget
Now,
for
is
that
this,
particular line item.
is this what you were referring to that was done differently?
Look at the next line item, the adult office manager.
Uh-huh.
It was this, it was resubmitted the same as it was requested on first read.
That was part of the public safety chart. And the light positions within the criminal justice department. And this position in particular is an adult office manager at probation. And we brought her up to the same office manager at community corrections.
And still added the 7%.
Did not add 7%, just brought her up to
Okay.
whatever the office manager was at corrections. So I left it alone from what I originally requested at first reading.
Uh-huh.
I didn't change it. We left it alone. It was just a bump. There was no percentage increase.
You just approved the sheriff's department office manager with just a 7% increase.
Based on the 23 salary. So what you've done, and I I see that. What you've done is you've left the bump. So if you had went back to the 45,309 and added the 7%, I'm assuming you wouldn't be at the 55.
Correct. Which is what the sheriff's office manager is, and our community corrections office manager, which is in our same department.
Uh-huh. And so where are those salaries now, since they did it one way and you're doing it another?
We left it because they were comparable
Mhm.
salaries at the 7%.
Are they now?
Yes. We got together yesterday and spoke also.
Okay.
Good job. Good job of collaborating.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's,
Ask.
Okay, I'll ask.
yep,
Alcohol and drug assessor. It changed from last time to this time. It had been an increase of, I can't read, 37.76, and now it's 40.38.
yeah, in the notes section, we moved her duties and changed her title to a case manager. Or moved that position and duties to the case manager in the job description to match the case managers at corrections,
Oh,
to also match what the probation.
so it's moving up a little bit more to continue that match.
Yeah, and
Okay.
this is, I could have done this throughout the year last year. And I know it was mentioned by Mr. Dittmers a couple times, and I think Mr. Deere, like, why aren't you doing this at budget readings? When we were trying to clean up court services and the two departments, we did a lot of cleaning through the year, and it was coming here and asking for exceptions and asking for positions to move and salaries and this and that. And you guys were very kind and worked with us, and I think we all wanted the same thing out of court services. So several of these, I waited until budget hearings to move them around to continue the cleanup. I don't know a better word to use within community corrections and probation.
So I guess, Angela, my question, and again, I'll be the first to tell you, I'm
You're
not
fine.
scrutinized every line item. Is there anything on this page that should jump out at me as being different? Especially since they were submitted differently, and I understand both ways.
The only difference that we submitted yesterday is 7%.
Okay.
So the public safety chart and the bumps that you're calling it,
Uh-huh.
7% was never added to those.
Right.
And I left those, and I think Amy noted like no change over on the far right, no change from the 2024 request.
Uh-huh. But the ones that you did add 7% to were not included in the bump,
Correct.
correct? Okay.
The only 7% we added were probation officers. And then so just for this budget was just probation officers. Is the only thing I added 7% to.
And
I
we're,
never did a bump plus 7%. I don't
To
think that
any
was
of them.
right.
okay. And you can see why I'm asking.
no.
Yeah, okay.
Can I confirm it just in a little different way? Your budget increased by about $70,000 in
Yeah.
second reading. That's all related to that 5 to 7 or that-
Correct.
that
Correct. I
increase on the ones
changed
that don't apply to public safety.
the ones in public safety, those two charts, those two tabs.
Yep.
We didn't change anything in those. Unless it was a 7% increase that wasn't affected by the
It was
bump.
all related to the guidance provided by the council is the result of
Yes.
that 70,000.
Unless you see something in there that looks different, let me know, but
Yep.
like I said, we all got together, detention, corrections, and sat down and went through our budget and what we were going to enter in and submit yesterday afternoon.
Well, thanks for your hard work. I
Well, you're welcome. And I mean,
appreciate where we've gotten to. And
it's also accountability for us because three of our departments are in one building.
Yeah.
And then eventually we're going to be in one with community corrections and probation and
all these changes that are happening in court services, and all the collaboration that's going on between the departments.
don't know what you're
It's been
pointing
a
at.
big year for change. Really good questions. And but I want to compliment everybody on the hard work. I know it's been a lot of hard work, but I think it's going to be worthwhile going forward with the committee. They'll be able to do further clarifications.
I do, when she's done with Ron, I do have another question if I can.
What line item is it?
I just point out to Angela, line item 16998. Couple $100. I don't know whether that was a mistake or not.
What was the account number or the line, account number?
16998.
It's 16998. I understood she was adding 7% to the raises she'd already proposed. And that doesn't correlate there.
That's probation officer. That's
Yes.
State mandated
It's a
salary.
PO and that, yeah, she gets a bump through the year per the salary schedule. And so the budgeted amount, I believe, is accurate.
Mhm.
All right, so any further questions on,
I do, if
All
I
right,
may,
keep going.
please. And I feel like I need to apologize every time I
You don't
ask
need
these
to. This
questions.
is
So
your
if I'm gonna
job.
be here all day if I continue to do that. So, I know you work closely with our assistant, which does the groundwork for us, which happens to be in the auditor's office, Amy, and some of the other staff. So I just want to make sure, Amy, on the revisions that you put in here for us to review, and with the questions we ask Angela, is there anything we need to be made aware of? Anything that we're not seeing here that you two may have worked together and saw, or that we need to address? Because I still am, I'm not an authority on this, and I don't work for public safety, so I strongly put a lot of faith in, and as John said, in their collaborations and what they're presenting and the work that you've done. And I don't mean to question either of you, but I'm also working for the taxpayer, so I don't want to follow it blindly. So if there's anything that needs to be disclosed, or anybody feels we need to discuss, please say so. For me, at least, please say so.
The only thing I would note, just because I like to be consistent. You just approved the sheriff's department clerks, adult manager or office managers and cooks with just 7%. Stating that there's a personnel committee gonna work on stuff for the 25 budget. She's presenting those same similar positions with bumps as they originally submitted. On the clerks, she did add a little bit more to them, it looks like, than originally submitted.
What line item?
16972 and 16973. So, I mean, it's up to you guys to do whatever, and each department head, has validations for their request. But that's the only difference I see.
16973 was exactly 7% increase.
I thought she said 7.2.
And then 16972.
It just coincidence. It wasn't-
Yeah. 16972 was being paid as a secretary for the last couple of years. And so we changed her title to probation clerk. And then I have 2 probation clerks in 2 buildings. And so, yes, we brought her up to the clerk. That'll be the same salary as detention, probation and corrections. But yeah, it's Amy's right in that.
And that wasn't done at first reading, right? Or it was?
It was, yes.
Okay, so you took her from 43,205, the title changed to 47,5, right?
That was the original.
That was the original.
And then.
And then you didn't leave it at the 47,5. You added additional to that, right?
Well, yeah, the probation clerk 2, the 16973, that was always the clerk. If you added 7% to her salary, that's where we got the 48,480. And then wanted both of our clerks to be paid the same.
And I know a lot of this stuff's gonna be worked out in the personnel committee, but just out of curiosity. Equal positions, been there equal time, or is this a seasoned person and then a new person?
No, neither one of them are new.
Neither one of them are new. Okay.
They're just at different buildings.
So this person was moved into that position and the light item is what was brought up and then you brought them the same.
She would-
Yeah, and I'd like to interject a little bit here. As council, we need to look at positions and descriptions of positions and account descriptions and not think of people at this point in time, right? Am I wrong?
No, not at all.
So really, when you're moving people within your department, I know it's noted here, but really what we need to look at is you're making positions in your department.
like positions, yeah,
Yes.
within our system, our criminal justice system.
Okay.
So to answer Pam's question, yes, they're both seasoned, but I guess if
I agree. He's correct. We're not discussing that at this point. I was just curious. Thank you.
well, and that's through the committee we had, we noticed that the one position at adult probation was being paid as a secretary. That was her title. So by the salary study, it was a lesser amount. and That's what we were going with. And then probation clerk at juvenile, both at the front office, greeting people at the door, answering telephones, making payments. So yes, we brought the 16972 up to what the 7% raise would be for the original probation
Gotcha.
clerk.
Thank you.
And hopefully in the future, when the committee gets to this and we're able to take action as a council, that we can, consider things like seniority and tenure and differences.
Yeah, I
So-
think it's great. We
That-
just, our little committee, which we've said already, did this for us within our 300 and some employees.
Only.
Now, these positions similar to the sheriff's clerks? I mean, there's a-
I don't know what they ended up with, so, but I do know they're similar within probation, corrections, juvenile detention, and juvenile community corrections.
All right, so we're considering 1001138. With further discussion,
I'm just looking at the sheriff's clerks, they're at 46,332, and this is at 48,480. I'm just trying to,
I'm only gonna, the reason my original clerk, the OG, is 16973. Her adopted budget in 2023 was 45,309, adding 7% to her is how we came up with
okay.
our clerk pay for
the other one.
2024. I don't know what the sheriff's office started at. I don't know what their clerk started at.
Can I make a comment? It's probably not appropriate though.
As long as it's not mean. It's John.
Well, I just feel like, I think what they did is huge, and that's what I would like to see countywide. So this question is, are you gonna let them do it now and everybody else wait for the 25 budget, or just do the 7% and do everybody like this for the 25 budget?
I just think we put the work in ahead of time all summer
That's great, but.
and presented it. I mean, I hear what you're
I mean,
saying.
that's
'cause
no offense.
kid, if I could answer,
Because the
I'll
personnel
answer.
committee,
I'll answer.
okay,
There's no way we can correct everything this year. There's no way. I'd like to be able to do that. That's the reason why I wanted this committee. And we've got it off the ground. It's just gotten started. We've had one meeting. And their considerations are going to be given to us for the 25 budget, more so than this budget. But going forward, we'll try to address every one of these budgets. And if we see an inequity or an injustice, we're going to try to correct it. But to do it right now within this budget, we can't. What we need to do is discuss this budget and move forward. So
I
I'm
don't know
going
if
to
it
pull
makes-
everybody back to 1001, 138 unified probation. Is there any further discussion regarding that?
Can we hear what Angel is trying to say?
I just wanted to, when we started the criminal justice talks with the department heads, it was in the spring, I think way before the personnel committee was talked about or formed. So I don't want it to appear that we stepped over or did something outside of that scope that the whole county was gonna do. We just came together and thought, we've had so many positions kind of commingle between the sheriff's office, corrections, detention, probation, and we saw the discrepancies then, and then sat down with almost half or a little more than half of county employees that we represent and created this for their benefit. I just didn't want to, I don't want the public or whoever's listening to think we did this on top of what the county established as a personnel committee. I believe we did it prior. And you can disband once the personnel committee is up and running and doing the same thing.
Thank you, Angela.
Thank you. I just,
I thought we said 7% across the board for non. Merit. and Correction. You're just doing a title change to make it a clerk position, correct? On one of them.
yeah, yeah, it's the same duties as at a juvenile probation.
And to follow up on that, there was an increase to normalize it and then applied the 7% on top of that, which brought it to the 12% increase.
I just made her the same as the original clerk I have.
And then what
that-
happened to her with original responsibilities? She was doing something and you moved her, so who's doing what she was?
Changed her title because she was doing the same thing as our other clerk.
There's no secretarial duties that were left behind for someone else to pick
No.
up.
No position was added, no. Like I said, once court services formed, we had triplicates in some, because I have 3 offices. People doing the same jobs and had different titles and different salaries. And so come budget time, I thought was more appropriate to bring that stuff up and to change titles and ask for the increases rather than the middle of the year.
Any further discussion? Fund number 1001, 138, unified probation.
Make a motion to approve 138 unified probation as resubmitted on second read.
Motion by Mr. Deere. Second by John Dittmer. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Hearing none, motion carries on 1001, 138. Next item is number 2101, supplemental adult probation. Page number 24, are we still there?
23 on the new.
23 on the new.
I did not touch this for the second reading.
Very good thing. We made a lot like got out here alive. Yeah. Okay.
Move to approve 2101 supplemental adult probation as approved on first reading.
Motion by Mr. Dittmer,
Second.
second by John Myers. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries 2101 carries. Next one is number 2502. Alcohol and drug.
I didn't change anything on this either from the first reading.
Any further discussion?
Quick question on travel and training. Got the majority of what was budgeted in 23 still available. I think I'm reading that right.
Yeah, our big state conference is the end of September.
Okay.
So I would imagine it'll be depleted after September.
One of my favorite. Thanks.
Any other questions? 2502,
I'll move to approve.
motion to approve
As
by John.
approved on first reading.
Motion approved by John Myers. Who seconded?
I did, yeah.
John Dittmer, second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 2502. Next one up is 1122. I'm sorry, is that right?
Yes.
Community Corrections Adult Project Income.
Okay, the ones that will look different is the 16974. It's the same clerk situation from the 1001 budget.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that again?
The 16974.
Okay.
It's the same,
Same scenario.
same scenario, same request, revised requested budget.
All right, any questions regarding 1122?
Well, hang on, and then to reflect the changes of the 7% raise, I need to reduce 2 line items.
Just one in that one. In 1122.
What amount?
17704. So are you doing professional services?
Yeah. I need to reduce the 31,000 line item professional services. And Amy's gonna tell me my new requested amount.
Fund and line item number again.
31,000.
Page 27.
Thank you. And the new number is,
The difference is 17,694. $52,306.
Say it again.
52,306. So the original requested was 70,000, and we want to reduce that to 52,306.
That'll be sufficient for the year.
Probably not. We have to decrease that fund because of the
Advertising.
advertising.
Gotcha.
So we'll be back.
way it works.
I'll bring this up when we come back
Yeah, that's the way it works. If you could bring a video copy
of this.
of this conversation.
I told you so.
I won't say that.
No, is there any further discussion? On, there were 1122, page 26 and 27, and it has a change on 31,000.
I'll move to approve as resubmitted on the second reading with the following change of line item, account number 31,000, reduced from 70,000 down to 52,306.
Motion by John Myers.
Good job.
Yes.
I just said good job.
Oh.
In that case, I'll second.
Second by John Ditmer. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Are you still up there?
I am. Two more.
Which one are you addressing now?
1120, Fund 1123 on page 28.
Any changes?
No changes.
I'll move to approve as presented on first reading.
Motion by John Myers.
Second.
Second by John Ditmer. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
So on Fund 1233 159, the lit correctional rehab facilities. The first line item 10009. To bring that up to 7% would be 72,332.
72,332.
72,332. Is that enough? And then the last line item on that fund, the 19900 overtime, we need to reduce to reflect what was advertised. And that new reduced amount would be 38,648. 38,648.
I'm sorry, Angela, will you do that again? I heard you say account number 10009, the custody
Supervisor,
supervisor.
yep, to make it 7%.
And it doesn't reflect that in this new budget presented because,
I don't know why the number's wrong.
oh, okay, so what you, instead of the
Was it part of the
7,009,
restructuring?
That's the only position that's specific to our department as opposed to.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
That's the only position that's specific to community corrections as opposed to all of, so that position specifically is not included in the custody portion of it. So it's just the flat 7%.
Okay, so the 67,006 that was made in 23.
7% to that is the 72.
I gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Did you recalculate like on her?
The overtime number is wrong.
So, and you're reducing what line item, Amy?
Overtime.
Overtime?
Amy, since we're reducing the overtime, could we come back
Is it in the wash?
with FICA and perf in the wash? Ish,
Ish. You could do a transfer.
and then we can
in our office
recalculate.
later.
So we would still like to reduce the overtime, the 19900. Reduce that to 38648 for purposes of the original advertised amount in this fund.
All right, any further discussion or questions? We're entertaining 1233 159 with some changes that you've heard. They were 10009 to 72,332. And 19900 overtime to 38,648. I'll make that a motion.
I'll second.
Motion by Jonathan T, second by John Myers. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Angela, thank you. Thank you.
Morning, Lori Myers, Juvenile Director, Community Corrections.
One more.
Morning. For 4950, there is no dollar amount change from the first reading. I do have an account description change to bring to your attention. On 44000, I believe it will show communication. However, that needs to be reflected as office equipment.
That's just my typo, sorry.
Okay. 4950 is what's being considered. Any further discussion? Any questions for Lori?
I'll make the motion, but I have a question. Does that result in a change that from communications to office equipment or?
It is not a change. The account number, the 44000
That's
is
correct.
always across the board reflective of office equipment. I think it just got entered in
It's just a
correctly.
typographical
Yeah.
error.
Understood.
Yeah.
Just making sure that not a material
Yeah.
change.
Yeah,
I move
no
to approve
change.
4950 community corrections juvenile project as presented first week.
Second.
Motion by John Dittmer, second by John Myers. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next one.
And my second account here, the 1001213, stands as presented in the first reading for those positions within the public safety work that we did, with the exception of 3 case managers that was originally presented at 5% to 7%. And if I understand correctly, I believe this 1001213 is being considered to be moved to the lit.
Can you give me those account numbers, those line item numbers that the exceptions were?
Yes, that would be 11505, 11506, 11596.
So Adam, can this one be moved? This is the other one I was talking about. Can it be moved to lit?
Say yes.
Potentially, we've heard that from SBOA. We're seeking some further clarification. So for now, I think we can.
And
So we heard back from SBOA, not from their legal department yet. So we're in the process, like right now, of still communicating with them and looking back at what happened in 2019. For now, I think we can, and then if we need to make any adjustments for final adoption, we'll need to. But for right now, yes. And then we're still working on clarification from SBOA. So
We'll keep it in general fund for right now.
you can do it either way. If you want to move it to the lit for now in preparation, in case we can, that's fine. Or you can leave it in general fund and then we either move it later or we leave it there.
Move it.
Move it. Can that be done in the motion? Yes.
And that's just 213, correct?
The, yeah, the 1001213, the whole budget will go to 1233 on 213.
All right, so we're entertaining 1001213. And we're moving those three account numbers to lit.
No, the whole budget.
The whole budget. And if I can ask a clarifying question, not sure
Sure,
who will answer this,
absolutely.
but if this is moved, this is my first experience with the lit fund. If that's moved, do we need to calculate FICA and PERF? Then, okay, and I have not done that just because I didn't know when
I'll do that.
to do that. So
Do you want me to attempt a motion?
Sure.
Okay. Fund 1001213. Right words here. Is moved to approved as resubmitted on the second reading with the exceptions, or with the exception that this budget will be moved into 1233213 lit.
Second.
Motion by Pamela Burton, second by John Myers. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
thank you all.
Good job, Pam.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, Christie.
Good morning, Christy Bruther, Director of Juvenile Detention.
And your first fund is?
I only have one fund, thankfully, 1001140.
What page number?
It's on 32 on the new one.
32?
Yeah, and then it's on page 33 on the old one.
32, 33, and 34.
It's 32 is where it starts.
All right, thank you.
We're not considering moving this one to lit.
No, this one is very clear. The statute says this fund has to remain in the general fund, so we can't move these expenses.
Really?
Christy, would you point out any changes or any obvious changes to us from first reading to second?
Yes, our civilian positions were originally put in at 5%, and we moved those up to 7%.
Which was what was requested. Correct. Is that the only changes that
And
you
the
had?
other positions, the poll positions, we left at the structure of the sheriff's department. Our
So-
maintenance person is different than the sheriff's department. They're an LTC 1 rather than an LTC 2, so they are paid a little less. It will be less than what I think Jason's gonna be recommending.
Are you paying any like mental health care through professional services, or do you have a professional or a mental health care professional on staff?
Yes, that is the change we made during the first reading to line item 11599. We removed the supervisor and we made it a mental health specialist.
Mhm.
So that's the one that I would like to have council consider moving to the lit. Because I think what we're doing is we're moving that function for that person, and this is just for discussion, into the facility over there at Community Corrections, and hopefully we'll have a mental health hub in there. So you'll be able to work that within that realm back and forth. That's my purpose of just bringing that up. That was key.
So you would move her office to a different building?
Well, it's gonna be a couple, no, it'll be a couple of places though that she would be able to function out of,
Okay.
moving back and forth. Just, I mean, just a thought. But not now.
There's one other change, the specialization pay that was approved in first reading. The line item number was incorrect when I first submitted it. And so we've corrected that, and that is line item 17200 instead of the,
And that's new, correct?
it's new. It was not new to second reading.
But new to
It
first
was new
reading.
to first reading.
Correct.
And it was approved during first reading.
Yeah, it's bolded here. Okay. Any questions for Christie? 1001, 140. Yes.
Out of curiosity, we have several salaries listed at 49,728. In fact, the 7% as it's shown out to the right is 49,730. I just wonder what $2 discrepancy on those, because it shows 49,730, which is the appropriate 7%.
$2.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a big deal, but I just wonder why we show 49,730 out there and then on the budget 49,728.
I matched it to community corrections juvenile salary. We agreed as our group that we would have the exact same numbers. Last year, mine were $2 more than theirs, and so this year I just dropped it to the $2 less, so they didn't go over the 7% in their budget.
Wow, that's adherence. Thank you.
Pretty good answer.
Team player, I like that.
I'm glad she's on my team.
I'm glad I'm on the team as well.
Further discussions, 1001,
The teacher's salaries should be the same. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure.
What line item is that?
What 13003 and 13004 on the requested budget, they're the same. The percentages are different. I'm not sure what happened there, but.
No, so
I didn't. I moved it to 17200.
Oh,
We moved it to the 100
okay.
accounts instead of the 200 accounts.
Yeah.
It was just an error on the first reading, at first submission.
I read it too fast. It's hit the- Saw the 2-2.
I move we approve account 101, 140 general fund juvenile detention center as we submitted on second.
motion by John Didmer. Second by John Myers. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Next up is 1001, 131 Circuit Court.
Hi, Trina Johnson, Court Administrator. In the 1001131, we made no changes from first to second reading except increasing from 5% to 7% on the salaries. There are also no changes in the 1200-131 and the 2501-131.
So we can take all those funds together, 1001, 131, 1200, 131, and 2501, 131. Correct? As a motion. Further discussion?
Move to approve. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Move to approve as resubmitted on second reading. 1001, 131 Circuit Court, 1200, 131 Supplemental Public Defender Circuit Court, and 2501, 131 user fee jury circuit.
Motion by Mr. Deere,
Second.
second by John Myers. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed? That motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Next I have 1213, the GAL CASA. The only change I've made from first to second reading is put the 7% on the 11453, the supplement for the assistant director. The 4917 remains unchanged.
And if we could take the other one also, the 4917. Any questions regarding 1213 or 4917?
Also user was as presented in first reading and GAL is not, is that correct?
Yeah, the 4917 is the same as in first reading, the 1213. The only difference is that 11453, I added 7% instead of 5.
Right, so do you want that intertwined in the same motion, or should that be two? Because one's as presented, one's not.
Let's do each one individually then.
I would move we approve 1213 GAL CASA as resubmitted on the second read.
Second.
Motion by John Dittmer, second by John Myers. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Carries. Next one is 4917 CASA user fee fund.
Might as well move that 4917 CASA user fee be approved as presented on first reading.
Second.
Motion by John Dittmer, second by John Myers. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you,
In the
Shannon.
1001137 Title 4D Juvenile Court, the only changes that were made were to increase the salaries from 5% to 7%.
What page number is that?
40 on the
40.
new. And looks like 40 on the other.
Okay. Any questions for Sheena?
I'll move to approve as resubmitted on the second reading.
Motion by John Myers.
Second.
Second by John Dittmer. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Carries. Thank you.
Okay. For the 1001132 Superior Court number 1, the only changes made were 7% instead of 5% on the salaries. No changes were made to 2501132.
Questions or discussions?
Move to approve 101-132 as resubmitted on the second reading.
Second.
Motion by John Dittmer, second by John Myers. Any discussion? In favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
2501, that
Uh,
was just as first reading.
Yeah, move to approve 2501. That was approved on first reading.
Second.
Motion by John Dittmer, second by John Myers. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
1001133 Superior Court 2, no changes except for salaries from 5 to 7%.
If I could, if we could take 1001133, 1200133, 2501133 together as a motion.
Sure.
Fine with me. I think the only reason he was doing it separately is because the
That covered.
this one is as resubmitted, these two stayed the same.
I got it. I got it.
John's got it.
Go
Guys
ahead.
ready?
Dude,
I'll move to approve 1001133 General Fund Superior Court 2 as resubmitted on the second reading. I move to approve 1200133 Supplement Public Defender Superior Court 2 as presented on the first reading, and 2501-133 user fee, jury fee, Superior Court 2 as submitted on the first reading,
As
My
approved on
hero.
first reading.
as approved on the first reading.
Second, motion by John Myers, second by John Dittmers. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, so the 1001134, the only changes were the 5% to the 7% as with the other ones. And then Pam, you're gonna like this. We took out wearing apparel down to 0. But we moved the $1,000 to office equipment, office supplies, sorry, office supplies. Okay,
So you're gonna wear your office supplies.
You take
Yes.
it, you take it away and you give.
It's the new
it. That's what
fashion.
you did.
and then there's no changes on the 1200, 134, the 2501, 134, or the 4018, 134.
Do you know what line item was the where? I got it. It's 251001 or
25.
100.
Yep,
You took that down to 0 and
Correct.
then added it to,
the 21500.
okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So could you say your fund numbers again, please?
1001, 134, 1200, 134, 2501, 134, and 4018, 134. The last three are not changed.
And the 100134 Superior Court 3 has 2 changes from first reading. Or
Technically,
correct,
yeah.
other than that.
Yeah, so the 5% to the 7%, and then wearing apparel to 0, move that $1,000 into office supplies.
John, do you want me to attempt the first
Yes,
one since
please.
there's a change?
Yes, please.
The 4018 wasn't budgeted.
I'm sorry?
The 4018 wasn't budgeted, so just disregard
It's
that.
0.
It was just there as reference. They're gonna
Oh,
include that.
gotcha. Gotcha. Well, I'm only gonna do the first one since there was technically a change and then move on to the other 2. So I'd make a motion for Fund 1001, 134, General Fund Superior Court 3, be approved as resubmitted on second reading with the following exception. Wearing apparel. No, I can't find it.
It's already in
Yeah,
there.
I think that's how I submitted it, Pam, if that helps.
Oh, okay, so it doesn't need to be noted.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
already
okay.
in here. I just
Okay.
was pointing it out because it was different.
Thank you. So I will make do you want me to do all of them then, John?
Sure.
Okay. So let me start over. Fund 1001, 134, General Fund Superior Court 3. Fund 1200, 134, Supplement Public Defender Service Fee, Superior Court 3. And 2501, 134, User Fee, Jury Fee, Superior Court 3. I'd make a motion to approve as resubmitted on second reading.
Motion by Pamela Burton.
Second.
Second by Ron Deere. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 1001136 Magistrate Court. The only change is from the 5% to the 7% on the salaries. And there's no change on the 2501, 136 user fee jury fee.
So we can take a motion on both those, 1001, 136 and 2501, 136. Any discussion? Entertain a motion?
I'll move to approve 1001, 136, General Fund Magistrate Court as resubmitted on second reading, and 2501, 136, user fee, jury fee as submitted or approved on first reading.
Motion by John Myers.
Second.
Second by Ron Deere. Any further discussions? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Thank you. And I have the 1001145 Superior Court number 4. Only change is from the 5% to the 7% on the salaries. There are no changes to the 2501, 145 user fee, jury fee.
Any discussion? Need a motion?
Move to approve 1001, 145 General Fund Superior Court 4 as resubmitted on second reading and 2501-145 user fee, jury fee as approved on first reading.
Motion by John Dittmers,
Second.
second by John Myers. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, and then I have the 2201 alternative dispute resolution. This one's a little bit different. Well, it's not really that different. The contractual services line item, the 36102, only contains the salary for, I mean, if you want to call it a salary for.
Sheena, I'm having a little bit of trouble hearing. you.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's better. I can hear myself better if I do that. Okay. All right, let me start over. So the 36102 contractual services contains the contractual amount that is paid to the ADR mediator. So like traditionally we put this, the percentage on it, right? So I had 5% in the last, on first reading, and now I'm asking for 7. So that's in the 36102. And then in the 31000 professional services, there's also personnel in that. And you'd approved you'd approved an increase at first reading. So we've added the additional 2% and taken that out of the 21,500 and the 4,100. I believe that's correct. Is that right, Amy? Thank you.
While you're up here, I know you're gonna leave after this one. You see any big changes coming in the courts in the next year?
Any big changes?
Yeah, that we can't comprehend up here within this budget. I mean, is something coming down from above?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I mean, the jury fee thing was a big change this year that will flow into next year. We've talked about that. I mean, we're not planning on adding a court or anything. That's what we're thinking. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I move to approve 2201 alternate dispute resolution as resubmitted.
Second.
Motion by John Dittmer, second by John Myers. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks,
Sheena. There's been a request to take a break for about 15 minutes. We'll be back at 10:40, or I'm sorry, 10:20. My mic on. Hello? Okay, all right. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Yes.
I think your mic is off.
Test 1, 2, 3. All right, we're back in session here. I faux pas at the beginning of the meeting, and we need to take a roll, if I could, please.
Jonathan Myers,
Here.
Pamela Burton. Present. John Mallers. Ron Deere.
Here.
John Myers.
Here.
John Dittmers. Melinda Griesmer is absent.
All right, so we ended right before the coroner. Mr. Coroner. Fund number 1157-107.
Good morning, Michael Pruitt, Johnson County Coroner. Glad that I could be with you today. Questions on the second reading?
Anything changed?
So the only thing that's changed is we went back because we have such a strange way we pay people compared to other people in the county on that 7% for the deputy coroners, the pay they receive. I went in and put that 7% increase in that line item, and that fund is what I've done here. That's the only change that has occurred. Of course, the chief deputy gets the 7. I'm the elected, I do the 5.
So did you do on that deputy coroner, is it 11,324? Is that the one you were talking about?
11,324, yes. So
Had
that.
you done 5% originally?
I did a 5% originally, and then we bumped that to 7. So that, and then they get paid also for their on-call, and then if they go to autopsy. So I went through and put the 7% in that fund. Instead of trying to apply it, that 7% to each individual, like if they go out on call, $130, adding a 7% to that. I just put it in the fund.
Gotcha.
Instead of trying to put it in those individual numbers.
Okay, any questions for 1157-107?
I do, Mike, real quickly. I'm absolutely supportive of your new position on the deputy coroner and the office manager. Curious as how, we talked about it briefly, and I did not fully understand how you arrived at the 48,000 versus something.
So, and we had in the first reading, we had the discussion on that pay range of where that job needed to be. Now, we put 48 in there, and I think Counselor Deere brought this up. Just because we put the 48 in there doesn't necessarily mean we have to bring that person in at 48. But I came up with that 48 number because this office manager position in the coroner's office is going to deal with a lot of different things, handling decedents. There's going to be some extracurricular, what I've considered hazard type activities that they would be doing inside the facility. And so I kind of looked at that, compared to another office manager where they might be. So I wanted to get it up there where it was a decent enough pay to do that, to attract someone that was qualified to do that. But that's just kind of our high point there.
Will your pool of what you would call qualified candidates, will it matter if it's 48, 45, 44? Will that be
I think that,
decision point?
it's one of those things, it's like we're trying to write the job description for that right now. We've been looking at not only internally at our county job descriptions, but other coroners offices that may have similar positions. And so I don't know if it'll affect that or not. It may not, whether it's 44, 48, where that'll be. That's something we'll immediately start working on. But the 48 is our high end. So we'll obviously, when we go to hire somebody, we're going to have to come back and talk more about that on who we're hiring, what the job description is going to
So
be.
you're looking at that as a not to exceed number.
Yes, correct.
So did you get this number under the umbrella of public safety that the others were working from? Is that where you got the 48 from?
So Amy and I had a discussion of where these office managers were. Somewhere in the translation between her and I, we were discussing these, where the low end and the high end was. I went up a little bit on the higher end, it appears, when I came up with that number. But it wasn't a part of the public safety side of things, because we really, some days we do, some days we don't fall into the public safety category. So it's just, that's a number we came up with at 48, because I felt like for the job that you're going to have to do in our office, that was a fair number to come up with at that point, with some of those extracurricular things that an office manager is going to do extra that we wouldn't normally do in another setting.
And this will probably, again, as John said earlier, some of the things that'll be discussed in the personnel committee.
Yes,
on
absolutely.
Rating, yeah.
Yeah.
So 1157-107, any other discussion or questions?
On your postage, you haven't spent any money on that?
The postage,
Yes.
we have spent some money. The money that we spend on postage typically is to mail things back. I know in our money that's remaining this year doesn't show, we haven't had to mail as many things back, but we've actually had to mail some large items back in previous years. So we put that money in there for postage to do that. Some family members don't live here. And so we have to ship cell phones, we have to ship other personal items cross country. Sometimes that's expensive, sometimes it's not, so. We're down to about 38% of our budget for the remainder of the year right now, which I think with what we have, we're going to be fine and working through that to get through the end of the year. We're pretty much on target in our different areas. This year's been basically right on course with last year. Does that mean next year is going to be the same? It's hard to tell. We've been looking at some trending over the last 3 years to see where we think we might be, and it's really hard to predict death and how often that happens in this county. Sometimes we can see the trends. So
All right, no further questions. Entertain a motion, 1157.
Make a motion to approve 1157-107 food and beverage fund coroner as resubmitted on second reading.
Motion by Mr. Deere. Did I hear a second? Second by John Dittmers? Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed? Carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks for what you do, Mike. Clerk, 1001-101. Hi, Trina.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
What we're gonna do, hopefully, is take yours 1001-101 separately, and we'll take 1001-114 separately. And then those
Okay.
last three we'll take together.
Okay, we'll start with the 101. The only changes was the elected official down to 5%, and then all the other deputy clerks up to 7%. For the 101, I do want to thank Amy for all of her hard work also. I know she put a lot of time into this, and I appreciate everything that she does. So, and on another note, I do want to talk a little bit about, I guess maybe the precedents that we're sitting here today. I think all clerks, whether they're a deputy clerk in the clerk's office, a deputy recorder, a deputy auditor, maybe the adult probation that are clerks. There's a very wide range of salaries there.
Beginning before this budget and prior budgets, right?
Absolutely. So I think that, I don't think that you're going to change anything today. I know that you did it for the adult probation office. But I have deputies that make 43,000 with the 7%. So I really hope that you look at that. I don't know what the other offices make for their deputy clerks, but we definitely all have clerks, and maybe some of their positions are equal. Maybe they're not at all equal. But I definitely think, and I hope that with this new study group that you're going to do, that you look at these positions and get these salaries where they need to be.
I agree.
Thank you.
I'm in support also of exactly what she said, and I think this board is moving toward that. So.
All right, anything you want to say about 101 besides that, Trina?
No, sir.
101, ma'am?
That's it.
All right, any further discussion for Trina? 101, 101. On page 53 and 54, or 53. So here,
I move we approve 101 general fund, the clerk's office, as resubmitted on second.
motion by John Dittmers. Second by John Myers. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that carries. Next one is 101-114 election board.
Okay. So the changes there were also with the 7% salary. Those were adjusted to reflect that. And then I have a voting systems reimbursement fund, which was a grant that we received, I think, like in 2005. When I looked at the report back in June, I thought there was a higher amount of money still left in that fund than what is technically left there. So I sent all council members an adjustment as to what I needed to do, because I need to move money into 114 to fund the election. So do you want me to read those off to you as to the changes?
To reflect in the email that you sent.
Yes.
Okay, she sent on some,
Yeah, read it.
Yes, please.
Okay, so 1001114 is going to be changed from 10,000 to 20,000. And
Which
1001,
account number? I'm sorry.
yes.
Just so
One-
you know, what she's reading is what was resubmitted.
So it's
You're
correct
not making
on,
any changes.
Say that again, Amy. I couldn't hear it.
What she's going to read is what you have in front of you. It's as it was resubmitted.
Right.
Okay.
She's just pointing them out.
So you've already made the changes based on what she sent on the email?
correct.
Okay.
And, you know, we can still discuss it or I can entertain a motion.
Well, I think for the record, we need to have it.
100111711 from 3,600 to 7,200. 100121500 from 4,000 to 10,000. 100131000 from 10,000 to 26,000. And 100132020 from 96,500 to 113,000.
Satisfy your need? Right? Any further discussion? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. Fund 1001114, the general fund for the clerk's election board. Is that the one we're discussing?
Yes,
correct?
yes.
I will make a motion that it be approved as resubmitted on second reading.
Motion by Pamela Burton,
Second.
second by John Myers. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That carries. Thank you. Next one, if we could then take the next three.
Sure.
which is 1217, 1119, and 8148.
So in the 119, the only change would have been the salary. And then we adjusted the FICA, perf and all of that.
And there's no changes in the 8148, correct?
Just lowering, but you have that revised.
Yeah. Want me to attempt it, John?
Sure.
So, Fund 1217101 Elected Officials Training Fund is approved as submitted on first reading.
As approved on first reading.
I'm sorry, as approved on first reading. And then 1119 Clerks Perpetuation Fund and 8148 Voting System Reimbursement. And I will move to approve as resubmitted on second reading.
Motion by Pamela Burton,
Second.
second by John Myers. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Trina.
Thank you.
Step is surveyor. 1157106. Hi, Greg.
Good morning. For the record, Greg Cantwell, Johnson County Surveyor.
Okay, take 1157106 first, please.
There are no changes from the first reading except for the bump from 5 to 7.
All right, any further discussion for that fund?
Move to approve 1157-106 food and beverage fund surveyor as resubmitted on second reading.
Motion by John Dittmers,
Second.
second by John Myers. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. All right, next one, Greg, is Drainage Board 1157119.
The only thing, again, we changed from the first reading is the bump from 5 to 7.
All right, any further discussion there for Drainage Board 1157119? That's on page 58.
I'll move to approve as resubmitted on the second reading.
Motion by John Myers,
Second.
second by Ron Deere. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. All right, so let me see here. What can we do? Well, we'll take them individually, I guess. So
The
I'm
next
sorry.
would be 1202 perpetuation.
Okay,
There is a change in this one. Under 14200, the FICA. The first submission, I overcalculated that. So in our second submission, it was brought back down to where it should be. Other than that, the only changes are the bump.
The perf changed too.
Perf changed it. As because of the bump.
any questions for Greg on that? 1202 Surveyor Corner perpetuation, that's what we're on, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
Page 59.
59. All right, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve as resubmitted on the second reading.
Motion by John Myers. Second. Second by John Dittmer. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Then
Next
my
one.
last two on page 60 is the 4905-106 and the 1217-106. There are no changes.
I move to approve as approved on first reading.
Motion approved by
Both of them. The 4905-106 and 1217-106.
motion by John Myers on 4905-106 and 1217-106. Waiting for a second.
I'll second.
Second by Pamela Burton. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next one is Surveyor Certification, ABPF 4905. Right?
You just did that one.
We just,
Oh, I'm
we
sorry.
bundled those last
I'm
week.
sorry. Okay. Reading off the wrong list here. So next fund is?
I'm done.
We're done?
He's done.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, am I right? 4618 bond number 3 is next?
Correct.
What page number is that?
61.
Thank you, sir.
No changes or anything.
Yeah, there's a reduction. The reduction on line 30,009.
They reduced it 1 million on first reading.
I'm sorry.
They reduced bond payment 23, $1 million
We got
on
on
first reading.
Okay.
So there's no changes other than.
I thought that was from 7 to 6 million though. Now it's from 6 to 5.
Right.
That's correct. And that's as it was in the first reading, correct?
No. first reading was 6.
What?
No,
It was overstated the first time by 1 million, and so I thought 67, 65 was the correct amount.
Right,
that's the correct.
Correct, that was what
You
was brought
got
up at first
reduced to
reading.
57, 65. It should be 67, 65, 6,765,000.
Right, that's what I have here. This is $1 million, even less.
I think I made a mistake.
Okay, so the correct amount is 6765.
57, yeah, 67.
And the line item says 5765.
So your motion would be as approved on first reading.
It was approved on first reading.
I'll move to approve 4618 bond 3 as approved on the first reading.
Motion by John Myers,
Second.
second by John Didmers.
Like that.
That would be correction.
Yes.
It's with it, yeah. I think it's right on the first reading.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries on 3. Next one is 1233 Lit Correctional Rehab. What page number do you have, John?
61 still.
Okay.
The only change there is council appropriation of the 500,000 be taken out.
Yes, probably for final adoption, I'm gonna reduce that bond payment to make up for the increases of moving the rest of the jail budget and community corrections. But I want to wait till I get a final number.
So
But
do you
for
want to leave
this-
that 500,000 in?
No, the 500,000 you can take out now, but I'm saying on final adoption, I'm gonna reduce that bond payment to make up for those other increases.
But for now, we just need to approve it as submitted on second reading.
Correct.
All right,
I'll make that motion if you're ready for it, sir.
yes, please.
Fund 1233 Lit Correctional Rehab Facilities to approve as resubmitted on second reading.
Second.
Motion by Pamela Burton, second by John Myers. Any further discussion? On 1233. Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next up is 101, I'm sorry, 1001-116. Hey, Sarah.
Hi, Sarah Hanson with the Johnson County Purdue Extension Office, and our only change from first to second was the 7% for full-time, so the first 2 line items in there.
Okay, any questions for Sarah on 1001-116? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve 1001-116 General Fund Cooperative Extension Service as resubmitted on second reading.
Motion by Ron Deere,
I'll second.
second by Pamela Burton. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Step is Veterans Office. Thank you, sir, for your service.
Thank you for yours. Seneca Harbin, Director of Veterans Affairs. I have no changes other than 5 to 7%. I have no changes other than the 5 to 7%.
Any further questions? Hearing none, I entertain a motion for 1001-120.
I'll move to approve as resubmitted on the second reading.
Motion, John Myers.
Second.
Second, John Dittmers. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Next up, weights and measures, 1157-121. Hello, sir.
Greg Nelson, weights and measures, just went from the 5 to the 7, nothing changed other than that.
Are there any questions?
Move to approve 1157-121 as resubmitted on second.
Motion, John Dittmers.
Second.
Second, Ron Deere. Any further question or discussion?
Did we take both of those or just one?
Revise my motion to do that. I just caught that, Pam. Can that include both?
Yes.
On motion.
Yeah, the 4202
Be the same,
didn't change.
4202 had no change, so it would be as approved on first reading.
Motion by John Dittmers, second by Pamela Burton. Is that right?
Yes, that's fine.
Round second.
Pardon me? Ron seconded it. I'm sorry. Motion. Is there any further discussion?
Second account, the second part account.
Fee account. Fine, or whatever it is.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next one is museum 1001-125.
Morning, David Pfeiffer, Johnson County Museum. No changes other than the 5 to 7%.
How you doing?
Getting all ready for the exhibit opening this evening, so.
It's this evening, right?
I'm again ask about your utilities. You're confident on the same amount?
Yes, I checked our numbers. I think we've dropped our utility budget about $7,000 since I've started here. So that's something we continue working on and keep trying to trim. But after last year, when we had to ask for more money, I wanted to play it a little safe this year.
All right.
Any further questions? Not all. Entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve as resubmitted on second reading.
Motion by John Myers. Second by Pamela Burton. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You also. Good luck tonight. Number 1001-127, emergency management.
Good morning, Stephanie Ceasing, Emergency Management Director. The only difference between the first reading and this is the 5 to 7% on the account for the director and the deputy senior GIS analyst.
And can we go ahead and take 1152 also? as
Yes,
well? All right.
that didn't change at all.
Okay. So you want to stab at it, John? Any further discussions? Yeah, on 1001-127 and 1152. Any further discussion? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
You want to talk about your records coordinator, what you're doing with 911, hopefully.
Well, yeah, I interviewed someone yesterday and I have another one for Tuesday. If the one, it depends on who I hire, but if I hire the one I interviewed yesterday, she is part-time in 911 and I want to bring her over in that position and let her keep what she's doing in the 911 center also. So we'll be adding to her.
Responsibility.
But if it's a brand new person, then she'll stay in that position and I'll have to train the new one, so.
All right, we're looking for a motion for 1001, 127, and 1152.
I'll make a motion
Motion by Pamela Burton,
for 1001, 127, emergency management as resubmitted on second reading. And then 1152, emergency plan and right to know as presented as approved on first reading.
Second.
motion by Pamela Burton, second by John Myers. Any further discussion? Or Stephanie? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you,
Thank you.
Stephanie. Next up is 1157, 128 County Park. Let's see how we'll do this.
Good morning, Kevin Leonard, Superintendent, Johnson County Parks.
Hello, Kevin. We'll take 1157, 128 by itself.
The only changes were from first to second read was the recommended salary changes.
Any questions for Kevin? All right, hearing none, I'll have a motion, or entertain a motion.
Bring motion to approve 1157, 128 Food and Beverage Fund Park as resubmitted on second reading.
Motion by Ron Deere. Second by John Ditmers. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries there. All right, thank you. And then the next two would be 1178 and 1179, if we could take those together.
We didn't have any changes from first reading.
Any questions on 1178 or 1179?
I'm just looking real quick.
Okay.
I'll move to approve 1178 park non-reverting capital improvement and 1179 park non-reverting operating as approved on first reading.
Motion by John Myers,
Second.
second by Ron Deere. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next up, soil and water, 1001, 130. Hello.
Kathy Hayes, Soil and Water. Only change was the 5% to 7% increase.
Right. Any questions? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve 1001130 soil and water as resubmitted on second reading.
Motion by Pamela Burton,
Second.
second by John Myers. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Next up is fleet.
Hello, Bob Galinsky, Johnson County Fleet.
I'm Bob. How are you today?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
Only as good as you. So we're entertaining 1001144. Page 72.
Do you have any changes you want to point out?
Sure, it went from the 5% to the 7% that you guys recommended.
Is that the only changes?
That's it.
Okay.
It was just a suggestion. You don't have to take it.
Hey.
Who
If
said
you're
that?
happy, I'm happy.
No further questions. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve as resubmitted on second reading.
Motion John Myers. Second John Dittmer. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Have a great day.
All right, 1001911.
Heath Brandt, 911 Director.
Hi, Heath.
So, no changes other than the changing from the 5 to the 7. We reduced the overtime to make up the difference, keep everything balanced out.
Any questions for Heath? And we are on 1222. Johnson County 911.
So we're on 1001
Yeah, that one, yeah,
I'm
the
sorry.
1001, the general fund, we had one salary in there that we increased.
And that's the only change in that.
That's the only change in the 1001, correct?
Okay, what line item was that one?
What page number is that?
73.
Is it 12891?
Yes, 12891.
Thank you.
So any further question? Not, I'll entertain a motion. Johnson County 911.
I'll move to approve 1001911 general fund as resubmitted on second reading.
Motion John Myers, need a second down there.
Second.
Second. Ron Deere. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
And then the 1222 was just the salary change and reduce of overtime.
Does that change for the second reading on the overtime? Or was that the first reading?
No, that's just for the second reading to make sure that we stayed within the advertised amount.
Okay.
Total actually dropped, correct?
By about $134.
Moved to
Motion by John Didley.
Move to approve as resubmitted on second reading.
Sorry, I cut you off. I think that was for me.
That was both.
You made a motion on that?
I did.
Second.
Motion John Dittmer, second by John Myers. Any further discussion on 1222? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Carries.
Thank you.
Keith. Next up is Health Department, number 1159. Page number. So,
Betsy Swearingen, Director of the Health Department. Good
Hi,
morning. The only changes, well, I have two changes. That would be the 7% instead of the 5% at first reading. And at first reading, I did not bring a reclassification of my office manager's position from a coma 3 to a 4. Because when I reached out to Barb Davis and to Amy earlier in the year about reclassifying that, they had said that we were to wait to do it at budget hearings, but then I was also advised that we might be getting a committee together to discuss reclassifications of jobs. And so I sat on it, and then a couple other people did it on first reading. So as important as I think this is, my office manager is my right-hand person. She manages 14 grants that are not included in her job description and does budgets for 17 different budgets for us. There isn't a day I can't do my job without her, and I feel like it's important that that classification be moved from a COMOT 3 to a COMOT 4.
What line item is that, Betsy?
That's line item. Let me find it. I'm so sorry. I should have had that. 14,000.
And so that's gonna bump her up to a 10.5%, 56% raise
It above from the COMOT 3 to the COMOT 4, it's about $1,600
total.
total for the year. And I believe that she's well worth that.
Oh, no doubt,
That-
but it is a 10.56%.
It is. If we do it in percentage, it is.
Yes.
But for every other, I'm going with just the 7% as recommended. And for the 7%, I reduced my emergency disaster spending. I did keep some money in there because we have an eclipse coming next year. And I also reduced the rent in hopes that we will be able to sublet that when we move into our new building.
How are you doing this year?
We're doing okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, I think what you said is very correct. I think it's very deserving. But as a council, we also have to take into consideration the others, as Trina had stated, she can't, we've advised her not to move hers up or change titles or things like that at this point. So even though I think it's worth it, I don't think I can support at this time, change in a position in midstream, but that's just 1 of 7. So not that it's not worth it, but I think in the upcoming personnel committee, changes in clerks that do this and longevity, I think that would be the time for that.
I just brought it today because like I said, I was advised to bring it to budgets, and then I was advised to wait until we got this committee, and now here we are.
I know it's
X
really-
amount of months later, we still don't have that committee,
We're
so.
still-
Well, yes, we do. We got the committee.
They've had 1 meeting, but we're
Okay.
still gonna see if we can confuse you more.
Okay, great, perfect.
I just wanted to say that.
I understand.
Nothing against what you said. I
Sure.
agree with you completely. And unfortunately, me personally, I just don't think it's that time at this point.
Understood.
So what line item is this again, please?
It's 14000.
That's up to the bottom.
Okay. So any further discussion or comments? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion for 1159.
I'll make a motion to approve 1159 as resubmitted on the second reading.
Motion by Ron Deere,
To be clear, that's gonna reclassify that position then, correct? Yeah. We're gonna as
You're gonna
resubmitted.
reclassify it and take it to the 10.5% at this time, right?
that was his motion. That'd be as correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, awaiting a second. The motion dies for lack of a second. So we have further discussion.
I'm willing to wait if that's what if that's what you're recommending.
Further direction, further.
I'll make a motion, John, if you're ready for one at this
Ready.
time, a second one. I'll make a motion to approve budget 1159 health as presented at second reading, with exception of line item 14000 office manager. And we hold off on that reclassification yet again, Betsy, I'm sorry. And reduce that to 7% as the others are.
Do we need to have that number or is the 7% good enough? All right,
I have those numbers if you need them. We prepared those in case we didn't get the reclassification.
And you reduce your emergency disaster spending?
We did reduce it to cover the salary for what was the 7% salary increases for everybody.
But you said, what'd you say about the eclipse?
I said we kept $5,000 in
Oh,
there
okay.
because there's an eclipse coming and we anticipate that we will need that money.
Okay.
So we didn't zero it out because of that. We want to keep that line item open.
motion by Pamela Burton,
So you have the numbers for the, that line item and FICA and perf and the, whatever one you changed.
So that salary then would be at 5797. And that brings FICA to 89,750 and perf to 126,498. Oh, and then we'll put some money back. We'll put another $319 back into rent for 6335.
Pam, do you want to clarify your motion to?
Well, I'll leave the motion as stands with the numbers that Betsy and Amy just agreed on.
Great.
To balance the budget for the reasons stated. Is that good enough?
Waiting a second.
Second.
Second by John Mullers. Any further discussion? I'm really hopeful that we could clarify this stuff in these committees.
I'm hoping so too.
Because it's not for discussion up here among 7 people and it puts everyone in a difficult situation because of what we're trying to do. We're just not there yet. Sorry. for
It's
that.
just difficult because, we ask about it. They say, wait until budget hearings. We wait until budget hearings. And then they say, well, maybe we should wait till this committee. And then just not a lot of knowledge of what's going on with that committee, I think, amongst us. So.
Yeah, and I have to say this at this point, because we waited on a lot of numbers here as a body also, and to enable us to give direction, and we're changing a lot of things at this point in time with the committee. So I thank you for your patience, and I thank everyone for their hard work. So did we have a motion in second? second by John Mollers. So any further discussion? I'll be quiet now. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries, thank you. All
I
right.
have no changes to my 1168 and no changes to my 1206.
Move to approve 1168 and 1206 as approved on first reading.
Motion by John Dittmer,
Second.
second by John Myers. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries on that. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Jesse. Hello, Luke. Next one up is 1160, I'm sorry, 1176. We're going to take all these individually.
Maston Highway Supervisor. So yes, 1176, which also includes 1173. Only changes were related to adjusting the salaries to the 7% level. In order to stay within the advertised amount, the equipment line item in 1176 was lowered by the same amount. That's 44100.
What was that last statement?
If we had to stay within the advertised amount for the budget. So in order to make those salary increases, something had to be cut, and that was done in 1176, 44100 miscellaneous equipment.
So any questions for Luke on 1176?
The reduction in numbers reflect on this second budget year. We have to come up with a number. It's reflected. Thank you.
Yeah, the original budget amount for 44100 was 600,000. So it's 560 something.
Yeah, I see it there. I was looking at the wrong line.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, any further discussion on 1176? If not, I'll entertain a motion. Ready for a motion?
I'll attempt an emotion, John.
All right,
I will make a motion to approve Fund 1176 and 1173 Highway and MVH restricted as resubmitted on second reading. And the changes have been indicated for advertising on lowering the other amount, and it's reflected here, so that should be sufficient.
That's more than sufficient.
Second.
motion by Pamela Burst, second by John Myers. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries on 1176. Next is 1001, 201 Highway.
So 1001, 201 Highway, no changes there. That is only the Smith Valley Road appropriation.
So 1001, 201.
They're in our book backwards, so
I'm
that might be a
sorry.
little confusing.
Yeah, I was at 206. All right.
As they were in the prior book. I think.
What page are we on here?
88.
88. I'll move to approve 1001 201 highway. That's approved on first reading.
Motion to approve by John Myers,
Second.
second by John Dittmers, or I'm sorry, second by John Mollers. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next one.
Next is 1001, the 206 portion. This is the only other of our funds that was impacted by the adjustments to the salaries. So again, these salaries were adjusted from 5% to 7%. Otherwise, there are no other changes in 1001-206.
Entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve 1001-206 highway cumulative bridge as resubmitted on second reading.
Motion by John Myers.
Second.
Second by John Dittmers. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. 1-1-2-6. Next.
1138-206, no changes from what was submitted and approved at the first reading.
Any further discussion or questions for Luke?
Was there any changes to local roads and streets?
No, neither to local roads and streets 1169 or 1112, the lit edit fund.
Okay. I'll move to approve 1138-206, 1169, 1112 lit as approved on first reading.
Motion by John Myers. Second by John Dittmers. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Luke. Next up is animal shelter, number 4008.
Hello, Carrie Pletchy, Animal Shelter.
Right there.
The only changes I made from the first reading was to bump from the 5 to the 7%. And then to keep my advertised amount the same, I dropped 10,000 from our part-time budget and then 3,500 from vehicle maintenance and supplies.
Okay, any questions or for Carrie?
Move to approve as resubmitted on second reading 4008.
I'll second.
Motion by John Dittmer, second by Pamela Burton. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you. Thanks, Carrie.
Then for 2510, 4101, 4122, 4915, there were no changes to any of those from the first reading.
That's 2510, 4101, 4103. Is that correct?
Repeat that, sorry.
2510, 4101, and 4103. Is that what you said?
4101, 4122, and 4915.
So I'm not.
They're all,
Oh, there we go.
yeah, on the same.
Page 93.
Got it. And no changes, correct?
None at all.
Move to approve. As approved in first reading, accounts 2510, 4101, 4915, and 4120.
Good job, yes. Thank you. Motion by John Dittmer. Second by John Myers. Any additional? Hearing none. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that sign language for me, Wes, I want to see you about dog liquor.
I did that a lot.
All right, 11:57. Planning and zoning.
Good morning. The only changes to 1157-117 is the 5% increase to 7% increase for salaries. No other funds were changed.
All right, this is 1157-117. Any questions? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve 1157-117 food and beverage planning and zoning as resubmitted on second reading.
Motion by John Myers. Second by John Dittmers. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
For 1197, the changes are to increase the salaries from 5% to 7%. And to accommodate that change because of the advertised budget, I did have to take additional money from all the other accounts and reduce them. So.
With the reductions that you made, is that gonna hurt you?
This count is very, it was only about 1,800. So I think hopefully we can make it. This is one of my 3 accounts, so I think I could be able to manage that reduction over the next year.
Approve 1197, just use stormwater management. And approve as resubmitted on second hearing.
Second.
Motion by John Dittmer, second by John Myers. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
And then for 4901, there are no changes from the first reading on this account.
Entertain a motion, 4901.
Make a motion to approve 4901. Approved on first reading.
Second.
Motion by John, or I'm sorry, Ron Deere, second by Pamela Burton. In favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, courthouse is 1001-123.
Morning, Jason Miller, courthouse
Hi,
maintenance. The only changes I made was increasing the full-time salaries from 5 to 7% as requested by the council. Nothing else has changed in that fund. 1138 fund, nothing changed.
So in 1001-123, that's where went from 5 to 7, correct?
Correct.
And then in 1138-123, the Q cap.
No
there are
changes.
changes.
All right, we'll take these individually. 1001-123. Any further discussion? Not entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve 1001-123 general fund courthouse maintenance as resubmitted on second reading.
Motion, John Myers. Second, John Dittmers. Any further discussion on 1001-123 courthouse? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries on that. All right. Next is 1138. 123. Anybody have any questions on that?
I'll make a motion. Very, sir. 1138-123 QCAT development. I would make a motion to approve as approved on the first reading.
Motion approved by Pamela Burton, second by John Myers. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Motion carries. Everybody's getting tired. Speak up now. Me included.
Jeff West, IT GIS Administrator. The only changes I made were moved from 5% to 7% on the salaries.
Where did you make the reductions to cover the advertised budget?
I took it out of the maintenance contracts.
Okay.
So in here, Ron, they have employee group health insurance.
I don't
14.
think I got that. I forgot to do that.
Okay, that's where it's coming out.
Out of maintenance contracts is where you're
stick.
taking it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, 1138141. Page 99. Anybody have any other questions?
So what's the reduction in the maintenance contract?
$426,080.
$426 what?
080.
What was your comment about group insurance, John?
No, I retract that. I understand. what's going on.
Got the headroom to make that kind of reduction to balance that, or you think?
I think we can make it work, but I might be coming back to you for that amount. I mean, just not sure, just jumping into the job here, just after a couple months.
Yes.
I'll try to make it work.
Any further questions? 1138141. Not, I'll entertain a motion.
Almost more than that. Yeah, between the difference, I think it's more than that.
I'm sorry.
Never mind.
Oh.
Pointing out something on this. Move to approve 1138-141 as resubmitted on second read
With the change.
with change. Well, changes in there, not.
No, it's not.
Change is not in there.
No, it doesn't reflect.
Yeah.
Requirements. Okay. We do that. Yeah, you go.
You control yours. I move to approve 1138-141 information technology GIS as resubmitted on the second reading with the following change. Line item or account 36101 maintenance contracts. Reduce it down to 426,080.
Second. I meant to say.
I'll second the motion.
I think difference already has.
John.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Motion by John Myers, second by John Dittmers. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Board of Commissioners, 1001-122.
Only change is the 5% to 7% where applicable.
So when we got the budget numbers from Michael Reuter, just, late yesterday afternoon, it appears as if we were out of balance by about $380,000. However, there's a lot of numbers that are still, such as fuel and employee group health insurance and some other things that are estimated high. And I would recommend that we leave things as is, leave it out of balance, and rather than them have to come back next year and take it out or ask for an additional appropriation. If it is not used, it reverts back. So this is a council decision that we need to make. But Ron had offered, I had talked with Barb and Ron and through an email, and he'd suggested possibly moving some funds in the 1001-14-400. And that's the insurance. That would put us, if we move that number from 7 million to 6,435,000, that would put us in balance. However, I really don't think it does anything other than just change a number on paper. We don't know. That's a crystal ball, and we don't know what that number is going to be. But Ron, if you'd like to chime in here. No?
But we moved some to lit, but not that much.
Right.
What do we move to lit?
Well, the only thing is, as I said in the beginning and still contend, it's a duplication of expense within the overall budget. But that first reading, you guys wanted to leave it at 7 million, so we agreed to do that. But
Yeah, and for this reason is that first reading, it all goes into the pot and it comes out. We don't know what it is until it comes out. And so it came out of balance by that amount. And that's the reason for now offering this as an option, but I don't think the council has to
Well,
take it.
Also, part of that was we went from approximately 4 million to 8 million on Coon Cap. So that, that is a major change in our budget. So it's, in my opinion, saying it's technically it's out of balance, but but we put all that in there for Coon Cap that raised our budget demand significantly, almost $3.5 million.
so Cume Cap's a separate fund. It's not a part of the
Okay.
general fund.
Yeah, but
It's in the general fund, the Coon Cap in the general fund.
But it does affect our number that shows our balance or our balance.
No, we're looking at general fund balance.
I was looking at the Mike Reuter's numbers from his fiscal analysis, from his fiscal budget.
You moved $2,078,988 out of general fund to lit today.
So we're in balance.
So if you were out of balance 300 some thousand, you moved over 2 million out.
We should be okay.
So we're in balance.
Yeah.
Uh,
If you want to cut another million, I'm okay with that.
Well, no, I'm just trying to explain that these numbers, it's just like fuel. You do your best guess on it and you try to guess high. So these numbers at the end result, I just want everybody to understand that. So we're full. And we have the ability to, and we have the cash balance to adjust as needed.
With the transfer.
Yeah.
We're with the,
We're well within it.
Well,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay. All right, so we leave it where it is. So that was why I wanted to bring that up. And We're back to Board of Commissioners. Ron, do you have anything you want to add other than what I've messed up already?
No.
So 1001122, Board of Commissioners. Entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve 1001122 Board of Commissioners as resubmitted on the second reading.
Motion, John Myers.
Second.
Second, John
Second.
Deere.
Sandbagging.
Some bold guy made a second. I don't know what it was.
Further discussion, not concerning here. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
I am going to change my name to John for today, so it'll be easier for you. You can just say John and accept the Pam.
John Deere.
Yeah, John Deere, here you go.
John Deere.
That works.
That's what I called it for 2 years.
1138-122, Cume Cap Development Commissioners. That's just a wash, so.
I'm gonna take the next two together.
Yes, please.
And the last one, 1157 was 0 to begin with, so.
That'd be fine.
Okay, it's just reference, so just the 4702. Don't do the third one.
I need to do 1138,
And 4702.
122, and 4702 as approved and at first reading. That would be my motion.
Motion
Second.
approved by Pamela Burton, second by John Myers. Any further discussion? All those in favor say yay. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. So are we to 4702? Did we do that?
Yes, we did.
We did.
We did 1138, 122, and 4702.
Okay.
And then 1157 is 0. It doesn't need to be recognized. So
Okay.
you're ready for 4112.
4112, Johnson County Redevelopment Commission.
What? Hang on a minute, Amy.
Did I miss something?
I thought she was asking us a question. I'm sorry, John.
Anybody here to say anything for the RDC?
As it explains there, we're changing our contract scope with HWC. We're proposing to do that next year, which is gonna primarily has to do with the I-69 corridor and how we vision the development along that area occurring. Other than that, that's about it.
Any further discussion?
Move to approve.
Move.
4112 as approved first reading.
Second.
Motion by John Ditmer, second by John Myers. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
it's not reasonable to believe we're going to be able to finish all of these that remain in time to have a lunch break before we have a 1 o'clock commitment for binding units. I know it's not an unpopular move, but either we're going to have a 20-minute lunch break, or if we cram through all the rest of them, or that we recess until after the binding units.
How are you feeling? Can you go 15 more minutes until 12?
I don't believe we'll be able to get all of them through in
I'm not
15
trying to.
minutes.
I'm just trying to get to 12 o'clock.
Fine with me. I just, we need to break sometime here.
Okay, tell me when it's 12 o'clock, we'll break.
12 o'clock somewhere.
Yeah. Right. So let's go with 1157-103 treasurer.
Thank you, gentlemen, very
You wanna
much
take a
for
break?
that. Yeah, I do not want to break. Michelle Ann Graves, Johnson County Treasurer. I have submitted my budget for second reading, and I'm here to best answer any questions that you may have.
Could you point out any significant changes, please?
Yes, any,
Anything?
yes, any line item that was 5% for salaries was increased to 7% per guidelines. On office supplies, and that's account number 21500. We increased that by 5% or $300. Our vendor for office supplies reached out recently and said prices are going up once again for office supplies. So we did that, and we increased the part-time hourly rate from up to $20 to up to $25.
But that was all at first reading though, wasn't it, Michelle?
No, not those two items, ma'am,
So-
or the 5 to 7.
Question, just as a reminder on the chief deputy, the budget guideline increased plus the 2460. Can you remind us or me at least the 2460?
Yes, and actually that number is 1898. The notes weren't updated from first reading, which is understandable. We've had a lot of information moving, and that's just how it works. When we moved everyone from 5 to 7, that meant that the increase is only 1898 out of the part-time line item. And I can see some eyes not following the bouncing ball. Kelly, can you show that, please?
Michelle, the percentages for your chief deputy reflects a 10.28, says 7. Can you talk about that for a moment?
I sure can. So we have added additional duties to this line item. Beginning back in second quarter of 2022, we began a new type of investing for Johnson County. We're investing in the bond market with up to 5-year maturity dates. These are very complicated investment products that were.
Yeah, we
Yes.
talked about that first reading. I got that, but I'm
Oh,
saying
okay.
first reading, was that, was the, what percentage was approved and then you added 7% on top of that? How did you come up
Yes.
with that figure is more what I
Yeah.
kind of want to get at.
Sorry, I didn't
No,
understand
no,
the
no, no, no.
question.
I know the justification. and
Okay,
like I've
awesome.
told everybody, they're all worthy, but if you could just talk a little bit where we were at first reading and then how we got here.
Right, so there is some, there is quite a lot of disparity between the chief deputy officers in the county. And Teresa Petro and I and Trina have been talking. And I know Teresa, the clerk or the recorder, approached the council in the spring of this year and was told to come back at budget time.
Because she had funds that she was trying to
Right.
use in the middle of the year.
Right,
correct?
so what we did was we took the 7%
Uh-huh.
and just tried to stay within $400 of the other chief deputy salaries.
And the only reason I'm asking to bring this up,
Yes.
because it kind of looks like what we just told Betsy no on. And it kind of looks like what they want to do in the personnel committee. As you know, I'm all for whatever. I just want to be transparent on what we're doing here. Because looking at this on paper, it looks like an additional stipend. So, and I know Teresa was promised X amount of dollars left over from a fund and told to come back at budget. So doesn't seem, I realize that. So that's why I wanted you to talk about it in case anybody else had any questions. I
Sure.
understand it, but I want to make sure in case anybody else had questions.
So it's not an additional stipend. It is an increase in salary. If we don't address this line item today, then these duties have been going on for almost 2 years. And then we're not in parity with the recorder and the clerk like we were trying to, which is what Teresa will be addressing today. That's why we decided to bring it today, so that the recorder and the treasurer's office have more parity moving forward. And I guess I should point out, we were trying to be financially responsible by using the treasurer's budget, the part-time line item. And if you look at the overall budget on the second reading from the treasurers, this 1898 investment in this line item is not an increase to the treasurer's overall budget, because we were able to utilize some of that part-time money. If you look at the bottom of the second reading budget, you'll see the 23-24 requested budget difference percentage is 5.53%. So I think what you see presented here is a very financially responsible use of the taxpayer dollars and helps justify all the requests that you see in front of you today.
Hey, John. I would say something, John.
Sure.
Going back to Betsy's request and now the discussion on this chief deputy position. If you go back and look at how you handle the criminal justice system, and I've long complained about the criminal justice system tends to get whatever they seek. Then the other offices within the county are not allocated that same consideration. So let's just talk about title change or job classification changes.
We can't.
Huh?
I'm sorry.
Wait a minute.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we can't.
No,
This
I'm
is not
just
the
gonna give
part-
you, hold on, let me finish. So in the budget you've already approved, the prosecutor's budget, there was 3 either job title changes or classifications.
Please
The jail
please
had-
hold your comments until we're done with the budget, sir, please.
Well, I'm making a point now that's
It's
gonna
a-
affect her budget
it's-
and Betsy's.
It's a point, but we're here to approve this fund right now, and I'm gonna move us back to that. So, council, we have Fund 1157-103 in front of us. Does anybody have any comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
May I add, at lack of hearing a first motion, we talked about your budget being in balance. I would like to note for the record that the estimated $6 million of investment interest revenue is part of what puts that budget in balance. This is an ask for an 1898 investment for a seven-figure dollar return. We would like to ensure that this continues uninterrupted. We have a new treasurer coming on board in 2025. The experience that this chief deputy treasurer brings to the table will be financially recognized or noticed if that, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. If this chief deputy treasurer isn't available, the odds of interrupted service in this money coming into the county's general fund is large. What we do is very complicated. This is something new the county has never done before. We have a 38-page bond portfolio review and analysis that we go over every month. We strategize with our financial institutions, our bond broker. We have to, again, strategize with the amounts of money that are being spent in order that we don't invest more than what we need to have on hand to be liquid. I just can't stress enough the importance of this intellectual information staying with the county and staying with the treasurer's office. And it should also be noted that the person who's currently in this line item is a college graduate with a business degree in business management and graduated with a 4.0 and has nearly 20 years of service with the county. We need her to stay.
I
Thank
think
you.
That's very valuable information, and I know the person you're talking about. She's standing right there beside you, and she couldn't be a better person for that position. But just so you'll know, before a motion is made, because I don't want to lose a friend here, but I can't pull one out and support it when I haven't others. I know the umbrella of public safety has been handled completely separate, as Ron has stated, and I know the committee is putting together to try to bring those particular positions up to where they need to go. And I'm not saying the value's not there and it's not ready. I'm just saying, I don't think I can pick this one out of the ones that have been presented and say that it's okay. Now there's 6 other people or 5 other people, over how many's here today, up here. So it's not that I go against anything you say and the motion hasn't been made. I just want you and your department to know I can't pull that out after not supporting it.
Thank you for that. And may I just add one last comment? Please know that these additional duties and responsibilities have been going on since second quarter 2022. So the longer we wait to compensate this employee, the less fair it becomes. So I would again urge that we make this available for the 2024 budget, and I'll be quiet and thank you all.
All right, and you had 2 corrections you've handed and put in front of us, right?
Yes.
So they were on line items. And if everybody please note the red numbers. Changed from 2460 on the chief deputy to 1898. And the same thing on 11400,
Yes, thank you.
from $20 to $25 an hour, from 2460 to 1898. So both of those numbers reduced. All right, so
I'm sorry, John, I didn't get the second one. What was it? What line item?
that was, it's in front of you there. She gave you a piece of paper.
Oh, did see it. Sorry. Thank you.
All right,
Got it.
so any further discussion here on 1157? And anybody have any further discussion? Hearing none, I'd like to entertain a motion. So for failure of a motion, I'll make a motion. 1157-103 Food and Beverage Fund Treasurer. Move to approve as resubmitted on second reading with the following changes. Line item 11200, change the 2024 notes from 2460 to 1898. And line 9 or account number 11400, change the $20 an hour to $25 an hour, strike 2460 and place in 1898. Waiting a second. Hearing none. Motion dies for lack of a second. Further discussion. I'll entertain another motion. So before us, we have this fund that we need to discuss. Or make a motion.
Okay, well. Do you have any ammunition? You don't have any guns with you.
That's not my style, but thank you.
With an explanation of understanding where it is we're attempting to go with non-public safety. Make a recommendation that knowing that we're going to be looking at this in the future, reducing 11,200 to 7%.
And
With
if
those
you do
other
that, I
changes?
would,
With
I
the-
would
and,
ask that you leave the part-time help line item at 13,219, since we won't be using that.
Say that again.
The 1898 was being transferred from account number 11,400 part-time. So if we're not going to get a motion for the 1898 investment, then I would ask that the part-time remain at 13,219
Okay.
with no reduction.
With those numbers as resubmitted on second reading.
Motion by Ron Deere. Second by John Dittmers. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? 1157-103 carries. You get,
1217.
yes.
No changes from first reading.
Approved 1217-103 elected officials training as approved in first reading.
Motion John Dittmers. 1157-103. Moving a second.
Second.
Second, John, Ron Deere. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you.
President, it's 12 o'clock.
It is. Thank you, Treasurer's Office.
You're welcome.
At this time, Mr. President, I'm requesting that we
Yes.
break for lunch and have go into recess until such time as the binding units are finished, which is a time unknown at this point in time, unfortunately.
Directly following.
Zero second.
By consensus, yes. Okay. Oh, please, roll call, please.
Pam Burton,
President,
Ron Deere.
Here.
Jonathan T. Myers,
Here.
John Myers. Here. John Dittmers.
Here.
And both Melinda Griesemer and John Mowers are absent.
So now we'll hear from each of the special taxing units. The first one will be the solid waste district.
Yes, we have, our budget estimate is 915,503 should be in your information. What I want to make certain we have clear is that, our expected funds are 751,671, which includes.
I'm sorry, I can hardly hear you up here. I apologize. And did you say your names?
Yeah, Patrick Sherman with Compass Point CPAs.
Jesse Biggerman, Director of the Johnson County Recycling District.
I'm sorry. I
No,
can't hear.
that's quite all right. I'm sorry. Is that better?
Yes, it is better. Thank you.
Okay, and the numbers you're referring to are on the review form or?
I think Amy just went to go make the adjustments because the 100,000 for the excess levy, which is in with all the accounting with the state, was not transmitted, that I think she just transmitted that right now.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's see. I think we've cut down a couple of trees this week.
At least a couple.
Oh, I don't want to hear that. As long as we're recycling, we're good.
There you go. Or from the tornado. Go ahead, Mr. Sherman. I'm sorry that we interrupted.
No,
you.
that's quite all right. You see our budget number there, and then also we have requested $100,000 in excess levy. That's included in the 751,671. And we also, as some of you may know, we're anticipating building a building in this next year. So we have debt service in there that's new this year that hasn't been there before. And just, for your information, the issue, one of the issues we have is it'll be under construction. So we could have interest payments in here, plus we have rent. That's why you don't see our regular budget go down by the budget line item.
So where's that money come from? Is
it would be another levy, a debt levy.
So we have instructions from our financial consultant, Mike Reuter, here in your package. And our motion should be made according to that. But first off, I think we need to, if you have any questions, ask.
Does that motion also include the fact that we have an excess levy, requested an excess levy? And that initially wasn't on this sheet.
Well, it is now.
It is,
Yeah.
initially wasn't. It is, I just want to make certain that
Well-
the motion,
How about if I just read this? That'd be all right. I think what I'll do is read this and so the solid waste recommendation, and Pat, if you have any, stop me at any.
Sure.
time. Approve the general fund budget as requested. Says the new debt fund budget should be considered on its merit. Number 2, approve the general fund levy as requested. The DLGF will reduce this levy to a 4% increase. The 2024 maximum levy. There is a new debt rate being requested. This debt should be considered on its merit. This is a tax rate increase of 0.0047. I have left the debt levy and rate blank in 2024. 4, recommend the general fund rate is the result of the recommended levy and 2024 certified AAV. The council should decide on the debt rate being requested.
my only concern with that is I'm not certain that motion is clarified in the fact that it's not just our regular levy, our maximum levy. It also includes the requested excess levy, which, so if you're comfortable, that's what that says. I mean, I'm okay with that. But
Yeah, I don't think there's anything in here about an excess levy, and I know that those are all going to be all encompassing for everyone.
Right.
So, I don't know if we need to, Adam, do we need to add anything in our motion?
I
in
don't
that
think,
regard?
this also has to be submitted to the DLGF anyway, so,
If we just make our motion based on what I just stated.
yeah, I mean, if you're adopting, Mike was recommending that the council, on the original packet, the levy for the debt service and then the rate for the debt service were left to you. And then, so you can adopt what they've submitted, if that's what you want to do, where you can pick a number below. But if you're comfortable with what's been presented by solid waste, you can adopt it at those numbers.
I have a question once this is submitted to DLGF, and then they come back with the numbers and approvals or then when we adopt the budget, that's when we insert the final numbers and the final definitive amounts?
Right, DLGF will determine what it is when, once looking at what that percentage is over, because as you know, Johnson County has grown so exponentially. So we have that 100,000, but we know it's more like 60,000. So we can't even tell you for certain what it is, but you have to make sure you have that buffer in so you can get the max. And then as far as the debt services go, as Pat mentioned, we could be looking at a situation where honestly, this isn't even completed by December 31, and we'll be talking about the same thing next year. But in case it is completed by December 31, where we've engaged and are starting with our process for our build, we need to make sure that that money is available to pay for that building.
So are we seeing it correctly? We can do this as or as they're suggesting today, correct? Correct. Then if changes need to be made based on what, once we hear back from the DLGF and the numbers, but that final approval, John, that's when you will read the numbers in, correct?
Right. Again, I think this is kind of an introductory. It's a method of assembling all this stuff to have it by a certain date and get it off to the races. Yep. So anybody have any questions or? I think I'd like to just make the motion based on what I read from Mike Reuter's recommendations.
You still have to state the numbers though. Right. So those have to still be stated in the motion and approved by council.
All right, so I'm going to rely on our financial advisor that's standing there. Approve the general fund budget. What is that number?
1 million
No, well, that's general fund is the
is without,
operating, right?
is without the,
Is
without the
without
debt.
So-
That's 915,503.
515,500.
915,503. And the debt service budget is 400,000.
And where am I finding these numbers on this paper?
It's on the long sheet.
Yeah.
Are you guys in agreement with everything on here now?
Yeah, I
Fourth
mean, if
line,
we adjusted
fourth
it as
column.
such for that 751, yeah, I mean, it's all the information that's right there on that sheet.
So you could make the motion that you approve the
I got
budget
it.
levy and rate as presented.
Anybody else got this? John, you're good at this. That John,
Really, you're talking about him.
be clear.
So
I don't know if you heard what Amy.
Yeah, so we just read the total in line G, M, and S for budget, levy, and rate.
So Adam, I told them earlier, I don't know, is my microphone on? Connor?
No.
I can barely hear
I
you,
can't
but
hardly hear you.
Okay, can you hear me? I told them earlier that typically they don't read the numbers except at final budget or final adoption. So like they could just make a motion to approve the budget, levy, and rate as presented. Like that would be sufficient for this today.
I listened to the meetings last year and y'all did read out the budget levy and rate numbers numerically at this meeting last year. You did not do motions as presented at this meeting. I
So-
listened to that yesterday in preparation for today, just make sure we did it correctly.
So Adam, you look at, do you have it in front of you?
Yeah, so if you're gonna adopt it as to use it or as presented, your budget number would be 1,315,503.
Levy would be,
1,151,671.
that's different than what I've got.
oh, ask us
Wait,
where.
You don't have the new one.
I don't
I
have the
just
newest one.
gave you that paper.
And then, of course, the rate would be
Would be.
0.0143 on
Yes.
my sheet.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so I'll attempt the first motion and you guys got it from there. Okay?
You should do them all if you're doing one.
No.
Ron Deere did it last year, all the way through, so.
Usually one person does them all.
All right, well, I'll do the first one. And then you guys can improve on it. So make a motion for solid waste. Approve the general fund and debt fund as follows. For the budget, the amount of $1,315,503. For the levy, $1,251,671. And for the rate is 0.0143.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Amy, you all right? So, hearing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm learning, Pat. Hants Lake Conservancy District. Anybody here from Hants Lake? Not required. We can go ahead. I'd like for somebody else to make this. Ron?
I make a motion to approve Hants Lake Conservancy District. Budget 15,650, the levy 12,400, and the rate 0.2309. I think my glasses are up to.
All right. Have a motion? Waiting on a second.
There's a second.
A second, I'm sorry. I'm
Second.
on to the next one, trying to figure it out.
Second by Pamela Burton. Any further discussion on Hants Lake Conservancy?
Except where is it? Hey, Ron, where's Hants Lake?
Down south.
Down south. Princess Lake?
It's one of the smaller Princess Lakes, lakes.
Thank you.
So hearing no further discussion. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Hants Lake passes. Thank you. Next on the agenda is Amity Fire District.
Hi, I'm Janet Alexander on behalf of Amity Fire District. It's nice to see all of you. I am actually waiting for Heath Grant, but I think we could get started, and the overall budget itself is as per typical. We always advertise just a little higher so that we get our statutory maximum. Of course, we're subject to tax caps, so you're going to see that as well. That's built into our budget. The only thing that is really unusual this year is that we are asking for a debt levy. And I know that on the 14th, last month, Heath Grant spoke to both the county commissioners and the county council and presented the district's intention to purchase a tanker truck. Once we got your blessing to move forward, I understand that the fire department itself has been putting out bids and is requesting bids on that truck. We did advertise the levy as we believe it may be, but our hope is that it's much lower than what you're seeing on that advertisement. And once, just as with the solid waste district, what you're going to see is the DLGF will only certify the debt based on what the actual cost of that truck is and what the payment arrangements are. I've been told that I can get 7 to 10 years as the loan amount, but until it actually comes through, I don't really know what that's going to be. And if it doesn't come through, it will fail this year. The DLGF will not allow it to go through because they take debts very seriously. And you'll see us again next year, possibly, unless we can find one for the Chiefs. So we'll see. Yeah, the firemen are laughing. So yes, fire truck for cheap. So do you have any questions about the budget that we submitted? We did include 110,000 from our rainy day fund, which prior administrations for the fire district have been reserving money, expecting at some point there would be a fire truck purchase or a large equipment purchase. So we have committed that. The reason it's in the budget is we have committed to contributing that as a down payment to buy down the debt as much as we possibly can. I've also looked at the CUME cap rate. You know, we have a rate of 0.313. Because of that rate, you know, that's a rate-driven fund. We're only going to raise as much as the net assessed value for that district. So it could be as much as 45,000. 30 of that is already committed to paying the debt on the USDA building purchase. So, you know, our fire station, we got a loan from the USDA. We give the department 30,000 a year from that CUME maintenance fund to pay down that debt. That debt will be there long after we're all leaving this mortal coil. The thing that I want to point out is we could bring in anywhere between 10 and 15,000 per year over and above that 30,000 we've already committed, that we will also contribute toward the purchase of the truck as long as we need to.
I talked to Heath about this and he gave me these numbers also, but had you looked into the bond bank or anything about?
Yes, but you know, if you go through the bond bank, then you also have the bond attorney costs. So it's actually for a small loan like this, believe it or not, it's awfully small. It actually costs us more. We will be better off to borrow locally or through a lender who is specific to this type of purchase. I talked to the USDA, I talked to the bond bank. We've looked at all of those as options. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. But thank you. That's an excellent question.
Well, Mike had suggested, or he has left a couple of areas blank, you know, for some of this input to come through later on with the DLGF's input. So any other questions for Janet? Thank you, Janet.
You're welcome. It's my pleasure.
Just have a question. Has there been any research of other townships or other fire departments may have a tanker that?
I believe that Jackie has done that, but I don't really know the answer. Hopefully Heath will have that. So Heath was in a little accident at his office. Somebody backed into his car.
You're right behind you.
Get up here. Take over.
I don't know how far you go.
Oh, no, not far at all.
Heath Brant, Amity Fire. So to your question, we learned of a potential truck this morning, actually. We've also talked about, I don't know if that's going to be any better than what we've got for the money, but I know Jackie was able to locate someone who can actually use the existing chassis and the truck's so good, and then replace the tank and all the other equipment that are on it, which we were struggling to find someone to do that previously, but and we're looking at that as a fraction of the cost of what we talked about for a new truck. So that is an option.
That's great. That was something I didn't feel free to mention just because that was something Jackie brought up at our last board meeting. But you know, we always have to plan for the worst case scenario. The good thing is that the DLGF requires that whatever you incur a debt levy on, you actually have a debt. So whatever amount that we are indebted is what they will allow us to levy, no more. So no matter what we put into the budget, we put in blue sky, they give us reality. So that would be excellent if we can actually pull that off.
Thank you for the
Thank you.
going that extra mile.
Any other questions? For Amity Fire? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion to approve Amity Fire Protection District budget 453, 475, levy 268, 464, and rate 0.2410.
Motion by Ron Deere. Second. Second by John Ditmers. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Very much appreciated.
Thank you. Next up is Hensley Fire District.
Hello, Jeff Peters with Peters Franklin, financial advisors to the Hensley Fire District. We did send over a little commentary along with the council review worksheet. As a reminder for Hensley, the council a year or so ago approved the excess levy appeal for population growth. At that point in time, they have ramped up their services. You'll see again for this year, the services are up again, and that's based on the revenue flow as they get local income tax coming in because of their increased property tax levies, the growth in the local income tax. Also, there is an increase in the cum capital budget for fire equipment, and that is just consistent with their needs approved by the board so far, and fits within the cash that they have on hand in order to make those. I'd be happy to answer any questions on the budget, tax rate, and levy. And if you have specific questions as to the equipment or the operations, we have people from the fire department here for you to answer those questions as well.
I don't have any questions about your budget, but while we have all the fire department people in the house, one of the things I requested last year and it didn't pass was making suggestions for departments and elected officials to come before the council and tell their story. And there's a story among all the fire departments that we never hear from MVH, whatever. You know, I'd be interested in hearing, you know, number of runs and things like that, just a summary of what happens in your communities, not at budget time, but at another time. And I invite all of you to make, if you so choose, rather than requiring it, that you know, we can make time on our budget, on our regular council meetings to hear presentations about what you actually do. And I think that's important for the community to hear, important for me to hear, and I think it's important for all of us to hear. So to all of you out there, not only the fire department, but the others, I would encourage you to ask for time to be put on the council regular meeting to tell your story. I think it's important to hear. With that in mind, I'll make a motion to approve Hensley Fire District Protection District budget of, numbers getting smaller as the day goes by. 1,098,226, levy 741,291, and tax rate 0.171.
1733.
173. What is it?
33.
33. That one I couldn't see. Thank you. Change that.
Second.
Have a motion by Ron Deere, and a second by John Myers. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Needham.
Jeff Peters again. Thank you. Again, sent over a little bit of commentary with budget. Council review worksheet. Also, a month or so ago, we were before you and had a conversation regarding additional appropriation for Needham. Their intent and what you approved at that point in time was enough money for them to ramp up the service of their fire and EMS. And their intent for financing that is to use cash that they have on hand today to get through the end of 23 and all of this 24 budget that is before you. And then during 24, they will come before the commissioners and council and ask for the excess levy increase due to population, which is the same one you granted to Nineveh, Hensley, I believe Bargersville and White River. So they will be before you this coming year to put that as a final funding solution for the taxes beginning in 2025. I'm here today to just reassure you that the cash they have on hand is sufficient to get them from today into June of 25, where they would then start to see their increased tax levies if it's approved. Budget before you for 24 reflects that level of service. And we have the fire chief with us to answer any of your questions about operations, capital, et cetera. And I can answer any of your questions as to the budget rate and levy.
Okay, thank you, sir. Any questions? All right, hearing none. Entertain a motion.
I'm taking a breather, somebody else.
Taking a breather.
I can't see it.
So I'll take it. I move to approve Needham Fire Protection District 2024 budget, $1,177,983. Rose levy of $493,843, and the proposed rate at 0.1452.
Motion by John Myers,
Second.
second by Pamela Burton. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries.
Thank you so
sir.
much.
Next up is Nineveh. Hello.
Good afternoon. Chief Joshua Snyder. I'm just asking for a 5% increase across the board on our budget. Sandy, our accountant, did go to the worksheet and figured it, and all these numbers have been approved through the worksheet, so.
Okay. Any questions?
Did you see on Mike's note where it said, I approve all the levies? He adjusted the recommended levy. It looks like where they put in 64,000, it should have been 94,000. It's like a typographical.
I did see that and I was looking at it. And where he's talking, I did go to the budget workshop and that's what the rep uploaded. So I just saw that. So I'm gonna have to check with them to see why they only put in the 64.
Okay.
So that one I'm not real sure about, but that's what the budget field rep came back and uploaded into Gateway for me.
Okay.
Okay, anybody have anything else? All right, hearing none. Entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve Nineveh Fire District budget 589,000, levy 376,178, and rate 0.1441.
Do we want to put something in there, Ron, about the, just as a note?
Do we need to modify it?
You could take the higher number if Mike thinks it likely should have been the
94.
93,787 figure. You could do that today. and If it needs to be modified later, we can adjust that down at final adoption.
Which column is that?
M column I.
So the total would be 406,178.
406,178.
Yes.
So no to 406,178.
Just to make the adjustment in case it's the 94 and not the 64.
Yes.
And that.
Yeah, as stated.
Motion by Ron Deere. Second by John Dittmers. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That's carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cartersville. Oh, my number.
Good afternoon, Eric Funkhauser, Fire Chief, Bargersville Fire Department. Got Jerry and Brooke with me as well from Reedy Financial Group for any financial questions as we're going through. You have the worksheet in front of you, I believe. So just kind of going through and talking on some of the points on our budget increases and discussion points. We're asking for the 4% growth for the max growth levy that we were talking about this year. And then we're also asking for a 3-year growth appeal. We'll have a balanced budget in 2024 with revenues exceeding expenditures. And we're basically using the same strategy that the county has to keep up with growth at this time. We're experiencing rapid growth in our fire district over the past few years. Our overall assessed value has increased in our area 87% since 2016 in the past 8 years. It was 845 million in 2016 to almost 1.6 billion now in 2024 going into next year. So on a yearly basis, we're seeing over an 8% growth every single year during this time. We don't see the growth slowing down anytime soon. Watching what's happening in our area with all of the neighborhoods that are coming in and everything else, I'm still getting developments coming across my desk on a weekly basis. Some of the things that we're looking at adding and doing this year is putting most of the money that we're asking for into operations. So we're asking to staff an additional 24-hour ambulance. We have 2 now. We're asking to go up to 3 and to move towards that way. And then we've seen a 10% increase in just the last year in the number of patients that we've transported to the hospital since over last year's numbers to this year. So it's like 9.5% is what we're sitting at right now in September. We're looking to add 3 additional full-time firefighters. As we're looking forward over the next 5 years, Bargersville needs to continue to expand, looking to go a little bit farther south into our district. I think we'll see another station down in that area. So adding an additional 3 full-time firefighters helps get our staffing up this year. We're also going to open up 1 more additional part-time staffing position on our schedule, which will allow us to run full staffing of 4 on a daily basis on our 3 apparatus that we currently have. So as we're moving forward, those are the things that we're looking at. We're also looking at partnering with White River on a maintenance person right now, looking at a way to work together and split a maintenance position between the 2 of us with all of our apparatus and everything and how busy we've gotten, we have trucks down all the time. So having somebody to basically work across boundary lines with the 2 of us really helps out a ton as we're going forward and trying to keep these trucks in service. So I'll kind of leave it with this. The district board has reviewed it. I was unable, Amanda Martin was going to be here today, who's the board president, but she had something come up this morning. They did unanimously approve this budget as we're going forward, and we're in full support of it. We obviously spend countless hours, worrying about the taxpayer and making sure that we're providing a good service when they call 911. So Ultimately, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have in regards to operations or any financial questions in regards to everything else that we're looking at right now.
Thank you, Eric.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Eric?
Do we want to go through any of the things that Mike pointed out? Are you going to do that?
No, I think,
Would you like me? I'll do
yes,
that.
please.
These are notes from our financial advisor.
Yeah, absolutely.
So for me to pretend like I've made these questions up would be
Yeah.
fruitless, okay?
Sure.
Mike indicated that there's been a significant increase requested in the property tax levy for the special fire general fund. And then he says the FPD will have to present their rationale and the council will need to determine if the request is necessary.
Yep.
And it says the Department of Local Government and Finance will also have to approve the increase if the county council agrees with the FPD's request. The 2024 assessed valuation only increased by 4.28%, and you guys are requesting 13.95% in the property tax levy. And that this is the second year in a row for such a large request. And that your portion of the lit allocation has increased from 2,288,835 at 23 to 3,239,827 in 24 because of the levy increase in 23. So I don't know if you want to take it from there and just address.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'll come back and address all of those. Again, we've been playing catch up for years. Public safety has been, was falling behind in that area. And I do believe that with the opportunities that the state has made, we are qualifying for these on a yearly basis. And I will still probably be asking for these as we go forward due to the increase in runs, the increase in the assessed value. Bargersville is one of the fastest growing areas in the state of Indiana. And it has been for a few years now. And with I-69 coming through the area, we're experiencing all of the residential growth at this time, which is bringing more people to our area. So last year's big increase was due to a population levy appeal and a 3% or a 3-year growth appeal. It's because we're experiencing that. We're seeing our run load continue to go up. We're seeing our services being used more. Just like I said, a 9.5% increase in transporting patients to the hospital in 1 year. So we continuously see this, and we have partnerships, and we're doing everything we can to look out for grants and different things. But due to the fact that we were so far behind, we're taking advantage of the opportunities that we have now to be able to try and catch up. And I think that's really what we're dealing with. And you're right. So, we're justifying it today, and then we also have to justify it to the state. So we'll be going before them. Even if you approve it today, the state still has to sign off on it, no different than what the county's going through. With the growth that you're experiencing, asking for the 3-year growth appeal. We're all we have to justify it through the state, do our documentation and show them with the growth.
So with the numbers that are, even with the numbers that are presented, it appears that you're within a balanced budget.
That's correct. Yes. Yep. Revenues will exceed expenditures next year.
Okay.
And I think it always comes back to, as inflation continues to go up, as prices are going up, we're absolutely feeling that on a yearly basis. What would cost $600,000 3 years ago to buy an engine is now costing $900,000. Every single person that's probably coming in here today is feeling the exact same thing. So
I think on every scale we've seen that also pertains.
Right. Yep. Yeah. And it's happening so fast. So really, we're very thankful. We absolutely worry about the taxpayers and, spend a lot of time thinking about this. We're working on this for months ahead of time, trying to make sure that we're providing a good service, because ultimately when somebody picks up the phone and calls 911, they have an expectation of services. And we're trying to meet that expectation of services.
So our advisor also says to approve the budget request for the fire general fund, fire debt fund, cumulative fire fund, and approve the requested rate and levy for the fire debt fund and cumulative fire fund. So is there any other discussion or any other questions?
I'm not sure where those exact numbers are on this form they presented, so I may need some help in seeing which one of these actually pertain.
Which number do you guys?
Well,
I'm sorry.
as
Oh, you
for
can.
for your actual budget figure, your levy
Yeah.
and your rate.
Yep, Jerry will.
I got it.
Jerry Hickman with Reedy Financial
Have you
Group.
got it? Have you got it, John?
Yeah.
So are you referencing the Form 3, what was actually advertised?
No, we didn't get this.
That's the long sheets.
So the form, yeah, the Form 3, the notice to taxpayers,
Yeah.
there are some pads in there as far as levies. As I'm sure everybody's aware, the DLGF will cut that back to your maximum allowed. In this case, the 4% plus the 3-year growth of bill, if you guys get that or approve that. Same for debt. They only let you have a certain amount, 15% cash reserve in there. And then the cum fire rate, I mean, that's just the 0.033 times the assessed value divided by 100. But the county council review worksheet, that's without, those pads in there. We got the updated NAV amounts. Excuse me. So I would look at the county council review worksheet. Those are much lower. That's really, as long as you guys approve everything, what the actual levies.
And she's
the
bringing
rate.
us a copy with those exact numbers. We just
Okay.
didn't have that in front of us. But while we're waiting on her, I know we had spoken, I'm sure you've spoken to other people, but I've been waiting on somebody to touch on the conversation. I think we have some information coming down the pipe for what's it called? Paramedic care? Community paramedicine. I know the health department is involved and the fire departments may be involved, and if you would take a second maybe and. Because I'm thinking that the new employees that you're getting.
Yeah.
If that happens, and if this rolls around, would be utilized as part of the paramedicine.
So community paramedicine is a program that's really taking off in the state of Indiana, where they are starting to work with people that go to the hospital and who get, discharged and go home. And it's kind of a way for us to work with them, to go out on the front end versus on the backside. So instead of us then picking up the phone, calling 911, needing to go to the hospital for something minor, they may pick up, we can go to their house, we can assist with that. There's a couple different avenues that we're looking at as we're moving forward in the county. I know White River has worked on some of this as we're going forward. I was going to touch on it a little bit here in their speech as well. Betsy with the health department, we've all been working on ways that we can try and do that on the front end. So, having paramedics in the community, having more medics, just leads to more opportunities as we go forward to be able to do that. So we've been partnering with the health department over the past year. So, yeah, we had Chief Mike Heron, who's sitting outside, has put a lot of time and effort into that. Who's my EMS chief at Bartersville Fire Department. So, we're ultimately trying to continue to grow that. Crawfordsville is probably one of the biggest ones in the state that kind of took the lead on that. And it's really worked out well. What it does is it cuts down on hospital admissions. They're able to go to their house, help them, whether it's, taking medicine or walking them through, answering questions, taking blood pressures, different things like that they can do on the front end that tries to cut down on the number of people that are always going to the hospital. So, or if you have somebody that is consistently going to the hospital at the same locations, we can reach out, work with them, try and help them during that time frame. So it's a program that's going to continue to grow here in Johnson County. And we're all partnering together to try and make this, something that'll be successful as we go forward
And
as
a
well.
future potential funding source in 2025 is the possibility of tobacco settlement funds could be used for that.
Yes. Yep.
So
And
it is a program that was discussed with the state Commissioner Weaver at a recent meeting that several of us were at. And she did say it was an eligible expenditure under the tobacco settlement. So I would encourage our council and commissioners the next time to not turn it down, but to accept it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and that's where the fire departments have changed in the last 20 to 30 years as well. I mean, used to, we worried about fire protection and that was it. I mean, now we're all hazards. I mean, we're dealing with all kinds of different things, whether it's EMS, paramedics, transporting people to the hospital. A lot of that has completely changed. So there's just a more demand on our services. We go out for a lot more things and we help out in a lot more ways than what we did in the past. And then we'll continue to grow.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Hearing none, entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve Barkersville Fire Protection District and then the budget 17,541,261. The levy 7,592,552.
Back up a minute. I think you read that first number wrong. I'm sorry.
Are you on the right one?
I'm sorry, 12,000.
Yeah. Here's Parkersville.
Barkersville, I read it to 12,541,261.
Right.
7 million, levy, 7,592,552, and the rate 0.4781.
Yes. Motion by Ron Deere,
Second.
second by Pamela Burton. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Eric.
Thank you very much, and thanks for all you do.
My
Appreciate it.
phone keeps going off up here saying, check your blood pressure, check your blood pressure.
That's right.
Stick around.
Thank you.
Last but not least. White River.
Time for a break.
No, I'm gonna come up here and lower your blood pressure. Because
Put
you're
some
protect-
paramedicine in action, will you?
I'm going to. And I'll talk about it. You guys are protecting our community. Yeah, we just happen to be the mechanism that you're doing it through. So I appreciate it. While my community liaison, Mike Hoffman, is passing this out, I want to share a couple things with you. I'm Jeremy Pell. I'm chief of the White River Township Fire Department. It's community liaison Mike Hoffman, and then our accountant Ben Rager. This week, I've spent time at the Indiana Emergency Response Conference, and it has given me the opportunity to learn from chiefs throughout the state. It's also given me the opportunity to speak with the executive director of Homeland Security, Joel Thacker, the fire marshal, Steve Jones, our EMS medical director, Dr. Yazel, and even talk to our billing company about this community paramedicine. It is coming because that governor's study has discovered what we knew, which is a healthy population allows us to focus our efforts in other areas rather than being constantly being reactive. We all know how expensive it is to take someone to the emergency room. We've got a better way of doing it. And I even learned last night that Anthem has a pilot program that we can start getting some revenue from this community paramedicine. So it is coming, and we're going to be on the lead of it, and we're going to do it very efficiently. Just this week, it was announced that EMS was split out as a separate department under the Indiana Department of Homeland Security. So Indiana is going to get ahead of these health matrix. So what I'm doing today is presenting White River's budget and our plan for the future with a focus on real lives, protecting people, making their quality of life better. My hope is that we care for them on the front end so that we have fewer trips to the emergency room, a better quality of life, as Dr. Yazel said in his presentation, that saving 3 months in a rehab facility or a nursing home pays for some of your programs, pays for some of these community paramedicine programs. There's no way I would do that without being a good fiscal steward of the resources that the community gives us. So to that, the key financial points that you have in front of you is that this is a fully funded balanced budget. Our tax rate and our tax levy are below the growth quotient. And then the budget itself covers inflation and this unprecedented growth that we've had in the community. I also want to give a shout out to Elizabeth Alvey, our auditor, and Amy. I got a phone call a couple weeks ago and they said, hey, do you just do gap accounting for the county? I said, yes, ma'am. She said, well, you don't have to anymore. And that's going to save us about $15,000 because that is a lot of work. And Ben does a great job with it, but we pay Ben to do it. So I would much rather have that money going to protect the people and proactively get out in our community paramedicine program than have it go to accountants and gap accounting. So thank you for that. That's incredible. I made my week. On
on a public safety perspective, I wanted to lead with the key financial points, but I'm a fire chief. I'm a firefighter at heart, and my job is to save people and make their lives better. So what this budget does is it starts addressing gaps in our emergency medical services. We need to be keenly aware that we've lost 3 private ambulance services over the years, and we need to be prepared if the current private ambulance service happens to leave, and that's what we're doing. So we're strengthening our EMS partnership with Bartersville and Johnson Memorial, the health department, and the other fire departments. So whether it is the solar eclipse or it's a change in EMS services, we're going to be prepared for the citizens of Johnson County. No excuses. That's what you have me for, is to say, Chief Pell, there's an emergency, take care of it. And gravitating toward EMS while not ignoring fire will do that. So we will partner with our other agencies in a 2-pronged approach with community paramedicine. Prong number 1 is mental health crises. Prong number 2 is helping elderly people that need support getting their medications, making sure they've got a smoke detector, they don't have trip hazards. Again, we'll improve their quality of life, but we're going to keep them out of the back of an ambulance. And we will start seeing some revenue come from that as well, based on what I've learned this week. So in this budget specifically, that's a great idea, but specifically, this puts a truck on the street with 1 civilian paramedic that functions as a chase truck. And that experienced paramedic would be able to do what we call community paramedicine. At the state level, it's community paramedicine, mobile integrated health, and it provides them the ability to respond on large incidents, such as extrication runs on the interstate, and be a chase truck to support the other departments in the county. So we have definitely Amity and Nineveh that have basic life support ambulances. So when our system's strained, we would have this chase truck to intercept. And then while doing all this, it simply maintains our firefighter staffing, the minimum staffing that we got to last year. Oh, considering all that and the impact that it's going to have on our community safety, and the fact that it's fiscally responsible and staying within our tax rate and levy below the growth quotient, I would request that you approve our budget as it's presented. And I would love to answer questions about community paramedicine, because I'm on a little bit of a high. I really haven't had too much caffeine today. I've been with people in public safety that have the passion that I do. And I think that we're finally getting our foot out in front of us and realizing we can proactively do better for the health and wellness of the people in our community and save some of these downstream negative effects.
Chief, before I make a motion, didn't you just recently have an appointment that you can announce that I was screwed up?
Yeah, I did. I had to. I didn't realize how big the first one would be, but I was appointed to the Integrated Public Safety Commission by the Governor Holcomb. So IPSC is the public safety communication for the state of Indiana, and I serve with the FBI and the state police, and that is going to benefit our county in preparing for the solar eclipse on April 8th. So we're going to be able to bring some resources back. Yesterday, I was sworn in as the president of the Indiana Fire Chiefs Association.
Congratulations.
I'm very humbled, and my mantra was, don't mess this up, don't mess this up. So I am going to do my best to learn from the good men and women that have laid that foundation, and I'll give them my very best I could do to you guys. So thank you.
Congratulations.
I think it will help the county. I'm sorry to interrupt. I think it will help the county because I'm going to learn from that experience. I'm just a facilitator, and it's going to bring ideas to our county that's going to make us more efficient and progressive. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Chief, you mentioned that the EMS is going to provide a certain service to senior citizens.
Yes.
Trip protection, something along that
Yes.
line. And then you back that up with that's another revenue source. How exactly does that work?
We're in the infancy stages and the legislator's working on it. What I learned last night from our billing company is that Anthem Insurance has a pilot program. And they send a list of patients that have had claims to the local fire department and say, we'll give you $70 a patient to go check on them. And it's a little bit of revenue. I'm not going to claim that it's a lot of revenue, but at the same time, it might temper the needs in EMS if we go out to those patients. And what I envision, we've got 2 paramedics that are passionate about each of the 2 areas. One, crisis intervention team to work with the sheriff's department, and the other is working with elderly patients. And the vision is that we show up at their house with their permission and say, what can we help you with today? Do you have food in your refrigerator? Do you have water? Do you have Pedialyte? Do you have protein shakes? How about your medications? Can we go get your medications for you? Oh, we see that you've got a trip hazard here. We don't want you to fall. We don't want to come back and take you to the hospital because your hip is injured. Let's help you out with that. Let me call my buddy on the fire engine. We're going to come put a new smoke detector up.
I was concerned that that revenue stream would be an extraction from the other ways.
No. It's in the hospital's best interest to save readmission rates. Where I don't completely understand, I know there's a high expense to the hospital if patients are readmitted within a certain amount of time. It's in the insurance company's interest to pay a small fee to a community paramedic than it is to wait for that emergency room visit. Mhm.
And they will also be providing transportation to pickleball courts for seniors.
Now, Chief Funkhauser said it well, that we got the message loud and clear a few years ago. Operationally, this county should work as one organization serving the people of our county. And Chief Funkhauser and I and some of the other fire chiefs and Dr. Dunkel from Johnson Memorial have already been meeting, kicking around these same ideas. The help, Betsy, at the health departments, I mean, we're lock and step going down the direction. The next step is just figuring out the right tools and where our strengths lie. And the beauty about being in this county, we do it as well as anyone I see throughout the state, is that we do work together and we leverage each other's strengths. And you guys let us do that. I can't take credit for it. It's you guys give us the flexibility of doing that.
Does anybody have anything else to ask? So I'll make the motion for White River Township Fire District for their 2024 budget in the amount of $17,481,761, levy of $10,006,811.20. Got to get that 20 cents in there. Tax rate 0.4228.
Second.
Motion by Jonathan T, second by Pamela Burton. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
Did we lower the blood pressure alarm?
My phone's still going off, so I'm gonna fix that. I'm gonna turn it upside down. So.
Apparently not.
Give us a little bit of time. We'll have a community paramedic come out and check blood pressure. Thank you.
Chief, you got a minute?
We're going to take 5 minutes before we start on the rest of the budget. Okay, we're back, everyone, please. If you could have your seats and. Hello.
Attention.
John, mic is off.
Test 1, 2, 3. All right, we're back in. And the next, we're reconvening here at the second reading of the Thursday, September 14th. Pardon me?
We never adjourned the binding units meetings. We adjourned that meeting and then we reopened second reading meeting.
We just recessed for 5 minutes here, right?
Yeah, we didn't adjourn.
Okay, all
So
right.
we had
From
to-
the-
That's okay. We just had to adjourn binding units and then we begin again second reading.
Hooty hoo. All right. Fund number 1154, enhanced access.
I need a motion
No.
to adjourn binding units.
I would move we adjourn binding units.
I'll second it.
I'll third.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I stand corrected. I was having a hard time comprehending.
It's okay.
where we were.
It's all right.
We'll get the crayons out.
Yeah, there you go. Who's laughing about that? All right, 1154, enhanced access.
It's 11. What are we doing?
1189.
Isn't that where we reconvene?
1189, isn't it?
1154.
Is it 54?
1217.
Jack, I'm with you.
That's,
What page is it?
yeah, they have 1189 listed last on mine.
We do that.
So you can do 1154, 1160, and 1217,
Got it.
104 all together if you want.
Got it.
So. Go ahead,
Teresa
Teresa.
Road, Johnson County Recorder, I have no changes under those three. 1154, 1160, and 1217.
There's no changes to those at all, Teresa?
No.
And those are on page 106 in the new handout, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
I'd move we approve 1154 enhanced access, 1160 identification, security protection, and 1217 104 elected officials training as approved in first reading.
Second.
Motion by John Dittmer, second by John Myers. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Can we just note for the record that John Mallers is absent?
Noting for the record, John Mallers is absent. Okay. Next item is number 1189, recorder's perpetuation, right?
That's correct. Yes, that's my salaries. I have everybody the 7%, including the two positions, one position changed to the COMA 2. And then my chief deputy, which
I don't know if she can give a line item.
Just a sec,
I'm
just a sec.
sorry. Oh, you want line item number?
Yeah, they're gonna need, yeah,
Okay.
the line item you're discussing.
And the
Yes.
page number.
It's page
So-
105 in our new budget,
So
and it's Fund 1189.
Okay.
And now she will give the line item she's gonna be talking.
and the line items 13402 through 13405, straight 7%. Line item 13401 was we did a classification move to COMA 2 from 1 with the title. And I also added a 7%. Now, I made a calculation in that, so I'm going to tell you what happened and you tell me what we can do. I was going off the August 22nd or August 31st, 2022 external midpoint for COMA 2. And I gave you all a paper at first reading. And that amount was 45,804. I had done the increase at the original 4%, not the 5, to come up with the 47,424 in the 2024 column. So when I recalculated to give that position, I had done the 2023 rate plus 5%. When I recalculated at 7%, I had used the wrong amount. So I can do one of two things. I can
just do the other 2% and put that at 48,186, or if you could let me correct the approved Comet 2 2023 rate, it would be 49,010.
What was that number again? 40 what?
If I did that 2% over the 47,424, it'd be 48,186. 48,186.
Could you give us an account number of that one?
Oh, I'm sorry, 13,401.
Which makes the percentage difference what?
7% on top of the 2023 approved Comet 2 mid external rate.
And 11.
And I gave you all that documentation at the first reading.
11,201.
I'm sorry.
That was the explanation for 13,401. What about 11,201?
I'm sorry.
What about 11,201? That was the explanation.
Oh, yeah, I'll give you that one. I was doing them separate. Yeah. The 11,201, this is what I first came to council for one of these two positions in April of 2023. I was told to wait because I had extra money. I had 13,402 had been approved, and I had some money to redistribute it. I wanted to redistribute it to the 13,401, or I'm sorry, 11,201 and the 13,401 at that time. I was told to wait until budget, so I am. I did it for two reasons, because I had money to redistribute, and I want to get my chief deputy up closer in line with the others. I sent you all a spreadsheet in your documentation with all of the salaries of the chief deputies in the county, and ranges from 63,665 down to my recorder chief deputy, was 56,625. I gave you their longevity. I know we don't look at that yet, but from what I hear, we're going to. So I just use the average salary for those positions as a starting point, and then gave her the 7% on top of that. So that would put her at 6,342. She's still going to be lower than any other first deputy. It's just a step toward getting that in line. You know, sometimes the bigger departments are looked at as, well, they do more. Well, they have more people to do more. I know in my department, and I know the treasurer, everyone in there is completely cross-trained. If two people are gone, the other three people can do that job. So that's worth a lot to have that. And you have to do that in a smaller department, because you have to cover that office no matter how many are there. So I know there have been other departments where a couple people that do the same thing are absent, and it's everybody has to put on the brakes because they can't get part of the job done. And that's one thing that we did starting in 2019. Everyone's completely cross-trained. It started before that, but we make sure that that happens. So, and the chief deputy and myself, the recorder, can also do everything in the office. So it's kind of a team effort, but I'd like to get these chief deputies in line. I know there's a personnel committee. I found out about it first day of budget hearings. Didn't know what it was about. I've
We
since
still
then
don't
talked
know.
to
It's
people.
Just been convened for one meeting, so.
Right, yes. But, you know, kudos to you. Great job. That I'm sure that's going to be helpful to the county. So,
Well, if I could, I mean, do you have anything else, Teresa? She came to us early on in the budget process, or I'm sorry, for an additional appropriation a while back. But I'm kind of partial to these perpetuation funds because I know somebody who deals with them quite regularly. And so in your office, I know that you have this perpetuation fund and the rules are a little different. And so we take that into consideration. And I know Ron's sitting down there like the cat that ate the canary because he's been aware of how inconsistent we've been, and we've been all over the board. However, this one's a little different, Ron. She came to us and we turned her down for an additional appropriation back in February?
April.
Yeah, and told her to come back at budget time and we would make that consideration. So it is all over the board.
We did
And
that with the health department too, didn't we?
no, we cut Betsy's.
But we said we would consider it, and what has changed is that the effort that's being and will be put forth on the personnel committee to bring fair and equitable, which makes it difficult. It sounds like if we make a suggestion to not approve that one position, that we're reneging, but I don't believe we're reneging. I think we have to consider the change, the things that have changed since that point in time, and our attempt to try to, at this point in time, to be consistent in the decisions that we're making. And it makes it a tough decision to say, we ask you to come back, but the promise wasn't there. The consideration of a promise to reconsider was there.
I think parity is important, you know, and I think that when we do this personnel committee, we need to have a starting point and a high point, you know, and all those things that are considerations, you know, like longevity. And those things will come into consideration that we don't even have on the board right now. So it's making our process very difficult. And if you're saying that this $63,432 is less than any other first deputy,
I think the treasurer, there's 150, did we look at it? The $150 difference.
so go ahead.
Oh, that was with your, yeah. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, you know, I'm assuming this is just the discussion here. And this is nothing but my opinion. I'm one of many up here, like I've said before. You did come before us for an additional appropriation, and we turned you down and told you that we would strongly consider it at budget time for your first deputy. Now, I know that there was a change in status in your employees. You just happened to have extra money and had the thought, oh, I'm gonna go change that so I can get my, you know, we've all been there. So I will support that 100%, only because I indicated and gave you my word I would. Okay, things have changed since we talked to you in the beginning. Second position, changing it to bring it up into a deputy recorder and increasing it by that 10.35%. I can't support that.
Well, I changed the classification.
I know you did. And you've turned several down before you.
But you've accepted several.
Under the umbrella of
probation department.
Exactly. And we've acknowledged that.
The election deputy.
I want to give you I'm just going to tell you how I feel about how I'm going to vote. Okay. So you'll know. All of that, as far as I'm concerned, was handled under the umbrella of public safety. And I realize that this committee is going to take what we did here and incorporate it moving forward in the treasurer's office, the assessor's office, the recorder's office, the auditor's office, the clerk's office, and all of these other offices in hopes to bring things where they need to be. So just so you'll know where my vote is going to stand,
going outside my norm, other than public safety, I will support the line item 11201 if the motion is made. But I cannot support the 13401. I would support that being a change, but still at just the 7%. So that's just my thoughts to go with everybody else's.
The 7% from the 2023 amount. Correct. Or
But that's
from,
what you were
or
suggesting
the
anyway.
47,424, because I thought that was accepted at first reading. I
Right.
thought what I presented at first reading was accepted.
So the 44,415 you had already mentioned
Was
it
the
in your
23.
presentation now was times 1.07, which would be the 7%. That would be the number that you're proposing.
Yeah, and,
correct?
and Teresa, different from now and other budgets, which I've been having not a problem, but it's hard for me to wrap my mind around. At first reading this year, John has said several times, these are being accepted for consideration.
Okay.
So that's and before, in the past, things have been different. And this council is trying to change things going forward. But he's made the point clear, at first reading, everything that was accepted for
Mhm.
consideration. Is that right, John?
Yeah.
Okay,
And,
so-
and we have a final reading too.
Yeah.
So I don't want to open the barn door here, but for council, that's an opportunity. And that for council, but I'm not asking every department head to think, oh, I'm sorry about this. I'm opening my phone up for my calculator.
So the 47,424 was with the 7% increase. So, okay.
All right. And that's line item 13.
That is 13,401. That was a 7%.
47424. And that, all these are just my opinions, of course. I mean, I
And
don't
mine
represent,
too.
I don't represent the
Yeah.
entire council. It's just,
And when I came to council in April, I did tell you that I had money to redistribute it that had been budgeted. But I also said my chief deputy is way under everybody else. She has 27 years experience. She brings a lot to the table. Not just that, that almost $9,000 difference in chief deputy is ridiculous.
right. So when I was speaking about that earlier, I was thinking of the treasurer's office. We're not slamming the door, but
Mhm.
I just want to make sure that if we can make something a little easier going into the personnel committee's work, it would be good. Over this
Well,
personnel.
Yeah, Michelle and I talked about that a lot and we both agreed, we kind of use the same criteria. We know exactly, we talk, we know what other departments are doing and
Well, could you explain your perpetuation fund and how it works and how it helps the county?
the perpetuation fund, this year, let me get my sheet out. It's in here somewhere. So I can give a year to date, but typically we bring in about between 1.5 and $1.75 million a year.
But all of your personnel are paid. through that
Every
fund.
single penny of any expense at all in the recorder's office is paid out of the 1189.
But it could be forced to be out of the general fund if you.
It could. I do an ordinance agreeing to let everything come out of that. It's about 500,000 a year.
Yeah.
And I pay, it doesn't come out of general fund. We collect money for general fund. We put about anywhere from $88,000 to $110,000 a month back into the general fund. The perpetuation are the copies, the subscription services. We have about 56 customers that subscribe to our online record search. Everything goes into that account. Tapestry, which is we call it Joe Smith needs his deed and mortgage for his attorney Monday morning and he forgot to get it. So he can go in on Saturday night, log in, pay a one-time fee of $5.95 and $1 a page, print it at his home. He has it to take to his attorney the next day. We get money from that every month, about anywhere from 6,000 to 8,000 a month additional. So we do a lot. If it got to the point we weren't collecting enough to pay everything out of our account, first and foremost, obviously, we would not have as many employees because we wouldn't have the workload.
And if you had to go to the general fund, then it becomes a taxpayer burden to the property owner because it would be coming out of the general
Yes.
fund.
Yes.
So the beauty of this is all of your payroll is not coming out of the general fund. It's coming from the perpetuation fund.
And that's been since 2013.
Yes. And it's a grand thing. And so I think council also needs to consider that.
Teresa, this money coming into the perpetuation from the people that come in and pay this, would you say that a majority of this is also Johnson County taxpayers paying that?
Oh,
that-
yeah, because they need copies of things they've
Right.
recorded
And it's
in
for-
our office, but
right.
it's title searches, all
It's
the
all
title
Johnson County,
companies.
right?
Johnson County, absolutely.
And
Yeah.
it's all tax.
And Johnson
dollars.
County's
Right.
growing. I
What
don't
you're
see that
making.
it's
Yeah.
going
However,
to.
It's not property tax dollars.
Right. It's not property tax dollars, but it is tax dollars.
But it is, we treat them just
She's not
like
selling popcorn.
tax.
It's a
Yes,
fee account.
it's for Johnson County business of some type. Yes, you're right. It
If I
is.
could, John, you're not suggesting because the source of funds for.
No, I
Or-
just was trying to
Reporters.
illustrate her fund.
Understood,
Mhm.
but the source is irrelevant to how we handle the payroll piece.
Well, what about grants? You approve positions and increases because it's paid out of a grant.
And I would say the same thing. Grants are still a source of dollars, so we still have a similar responsibility.
Right, and if the grant goes away, the position goes away, or the general
But I
fund
also
pays
think,
it.
Teresa, grants sometimes are treated as it doesn't count because it's a grant, it's free, and it's not. And I'm not
Right.
suggesting you don't,
Oh,
you're not. saying
no,
that.
I've worked on grants. I
Yeah,
know how
I
they
know,
work.
I know.
Yeah,
I don't
I did
differ
that
with you
in the
totally, but I
auditor's
think
office,
source
yes.
is important. Because lit is different than property tax. The property tax comes from a property tax owner.
I don't.
And you
I'm
have
thankful where
older,
it comes from.
yeah, and we have elder people who have property that if we're increasing their taxes, that's increasing the load on it. But a lit is not. A lit is different. And when we do a lit, it's not coming out of the general fund.
Then it strikes me that those eligible for whether it's funding from a lit or funding from a perpetuation fund, we're gonna have inconsistencies because these guys have a different source of funds that others don't. They're fully supported by the general.
Well, the reason I brought that up also are there different rules regarding that fund. That she has the capability of
Understand that.
certain things that
I
others
get that.
don't. And I don't want to get into those, but
Right.
But we're talking about revenue streams here, though, not about budgeted items, correct?
Me?
No, all of
Oh,
us.
yeah.
Yeah, all of us.
Yeah, I think it's, you've got to spend whatever that spend is, and then you've got a source of funds that may differ. But our responsibility is to consider the spend regardless. In my view, that's just me. I'm trying to sort all this out.
Well, and all that is complicated by the fact that the treasurer just was talking about a position, not a person, a position that brings in X amount of dollars in investment revenue, and said that that would justify the increase for that position, and we didn't approve it. So, the revenue streams and everything else, to me, when we're going back to the equitable point of whether or not we allow on item 11-1201, 12% as opposed to 7% is where the debate is at here, I think.
One other difference, and I'm gonna agree with Pam on the first one, is Teresa, I remember when you came in and had we taken a different position, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now.
Oh, I probably would have come back and
Well,
asked
it'd be
for
something
it.
else,
Yes,
right?
I would have.
But
Yes.
in any event, you're coming back
Mhm.
under an implied direction that we would consider this and probably consider favorably may very well have been the implication. I'm not putting words in your mouth, but that's sort of where I was headed with it when we did that back in April.
Mhm.
So that's a little inconsistent from the conversation now, but that's how I kind of took that. And so that's a little bit of an apple when we're comparing oranges as far as the overall request here. The other piece is different. But the first one that you're talking about,
Mhm.
this whole notion of parity, I've got an opinion on that. It's probably inconsistent with everybody else's. That's a discussion for a different day, not now.
Okay, so elected officials are 5%. I compared 6 chief or first deputy salaries. Now, personnel committee, from what I gather, they're going to talk about all the office managers, all the, 700 employees. They're going to be comparing a lot of things. The first deputy in the departments, there aren't that many. The treasurer and I are asking you, and actually all of us, the surveyor's been here 38 years, for surveyor, first deputy, $58,000. You know, starting at a point where, you're talking about, $1,000, $1,500 in a couple of cases. To get those people, I would think the personnel committee is going to come to the elected official. We're going to talk about what their job duties are. That person has to be able to, if something happens to that elected official, they have to be able to step into that job and do it until someone's caucus stand or appointed. It's a lot of responsibility. My chief deputy is my office manager also. So they wear a lot of hats. And I don't think it's unreasonable at all for those positions to just be brought up a little, maybe not the whole amount I asked for, but those are positions that they're next to the elected official. I think they deserve the consideration. Personnel, is anybody on the personnel department or the committee? Have they been an elected official? Have they been a chief deputy?
Yeah, 3 of us are
Yeah.
elected. 3 of us on
Well,
the committee are elected.
Yes, but that has a chief deputy. You have an assistant.
The point.
You wanted to give your assistant $15,000.
And that also was told no.
I know. I know, but you understand.
I do.
You know what those people do for you. You know the importance. And it's not just because they're our friend, it's because we see the work we do. Our employees are our most valuable assets. And so.
Teresa, that's why the members of this committee, well, some of us, John, or 3 of us, of what's sitting up here right now, in the past have worked to improve throughout the county, major improvements to salary structures. This year, we're making major improvements to the salary structures, improving our own recommendation from 5 to 7%, with the understanding that we're working on trying to accomplish equitable and fair, not always equal, but at least my commitment as the chairman of that committee is that, we are going forward on that. But Rome wasn't built in a day, and what I'm trying to do, can't speak for anybody else, is just be consistent through this budget hearing. And that's why I suggested that one position be reduced to 7, no reflection of the, because I don't know all the individuals.
Right.
None of us, well, maybe Pam does, but the rest of us don't necessarily know all the individuals on every position. And so we have to look at it, as to what we're working, and we are working towards the future so that we can bring, that is going to be an issue that's definitely going to come up about first deputies. I'm hearing it strong, and that's why, at least I'm in my consideration, as we have with the health department and the treasurer's department, as we try to maintain what we've done here so far.
Well, and I want you to know, I appreciate all the work you do. I know mine's just a minute part of it. I know that you all work hard and you have lots of decisions and you're just like the mom and dad. You can't say yes to everything. I would like you to consider, all I can be told is no. For my chief deputy to be brought to the same amount as the next lowest paid one, to step 61,980, I think it was.
Any further discussion?
All right, I have a question. It's for Betsy. Were you told to come back at budget time?
In the late winter, early spring, I was told to bring this at budget time. And then right after that, I was told, well, hold tight for a little bit. We're gonna get this committee. And then, so I was not then re-advised to bring it back at budgets, but other people brought it back at first reading. So I felt obligated to bring it back if they were.
Yes.
That's okay.
And you know, we ask, you're our advisors. You are the people we talk to. And then I know Betsy made a comment, well, I was told this and I was told this. We're told different things and it still doesn't move forward. How do we know the personnel committee is going to work?
I mean, you don't. I mean, you know, we have leadership on the committee. Like I said, we've only had, I mean, the first we met, we just dusted off the trees and I shook the trees a little bit and see what apples fell to the ground. And we got some apples and oranges and peaches off of an apple tree. So figure that one out. But, you know, we don't know it's going to work, but I can simply tell you as chairman and with 3 of the committee members being council members and with the people that we've appointed to it, we're going to do our best. And it is a public meeting. We will be meeting here on the 20th. And, you know, we'll be moving forward and, you know, making every attempt to bring this county classification system into an equal and fair. And that's going to take work and input and buy-in from all of you. And, you know, I will explain why why I considered it, why, you know, things do change and we have to look at that change as a challenge, not as a barrier. And making the suggestion that I made that it be reduced to 7 is not meaning that that isn't going to do what you're suggesting. And as far as a recommendation, which is all the committee is going to do, is make recommendations after thought and deliberation and perhaps some advice from others. But, you know, you will be contacted and everybody will be contacted. There is not, you know, it may not be by me personally, but somewhere through, you know, the committee process will give everybody the opportunity for the input. And I just wanted to share that with everybody out there.
Well, and we do appreciate the 7%. That's a great step for our employees. We do appreciate that. So, okay.
Which is much higher than what we're hearing from a lot of communities that you did what, you know, and I'm personally proud that we were financially capable of doing that.
All right. Any further questions regarding this on 1189? It's the one on our tables in front of us right now. So further discussion on 1189 in particular? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to 1189, line item 11201, reduce that to 7%. 13401, to reduce that to 7%, 48,186.
No, it's 47,424.
Well, I'm sorry.
Was it 47,424?
That's over 48,186.
It's actually 47,524.
524.
That's what I have.
Yeah.
40 what?
524. My 7% in my notes was, because I gave a round increase, was the closest to, yeah.
Okay,
It's actually
47 what?
524.
And then 13,401, 47, 520, 524. Right?
And I have that amount at 60589.
Okay, wait a minute.
Is that what,
Where are we at?
on the 11201 with the
Okay, I
70
didn't compute that. What,
60,589 is 7%.
60,000,
589.
589. 6,589, 12, 11,201, 13,401, 47,524.
Motion by Ron Deere. Nobody seconds, so. Motion
That's-
failed.
It's a mess.
So motion fails, so it opens back up for discussion on 1189 recorders, records perpetuation.
I'm on board with the deputy recorder being 7%, but I don't particularly, I'm arguing with myself, but I think we implied that we would do that at the hearing on your first request on the first deputy. Have I got that one right? As far as the position, the first deputy bringing, is that consistent with what you asked for?
I asked that it be considered the starting base pay at the average plus
And you
the
had a specific
5%.
request at that time, right?
Yeah.
For that
7%.
position, right? And does this request mirror what that was at the time?
Yes, the 63432 would be with the 7%. The base, the average base of 59282. It's the
So-
average salary of all the chief/first deputies.
So Teresa, when you were here before, your initial request was that your first deputy go from $56,620
Mhm.
to $62,246.
Yes, that was with 5%.
But we weren't even dealing with percentages then. You just basically said, I've got more money
Mhm.
and I'm asking for it to be increased.
I'm sorry,
right?
are you talking about back in April?
Originally, when what we're debating is here, we feel like we made you a promise. Okay,
Yes.
so when you came in 2023, this line item was making 56,625.
Right.
And
Yes.
you wanted an additional appropriation to bring it up to 62,246, right?
I don't have that in front of me, so I can't
Okay.
say yes. If
Well, I'm
you're- if
assuming
you're
that's what it is because that's what you
First
proposed
reading.
for
the first reading.
24.
Yes, it
And that
was.
And that was a flat 10%, Pam, is what that was.
Right, right. So you came in at that time and
Yes.
said, I want 10%.
Yes,
For all the reasons you've talked about
Yes.
several times.
yes.
So at this point, whether we made a promise, whether we didn't,
Mhm.
whether with the intent,
Mhm.
regardless, that was the discussion.
That was.
Okay.
Yes.
So now you're coming back and saying, you want to not only give 5% on top of that 10,
Mhm.
you want to raise that to 7% on
Yes.
top of that 10. So
Yes.
since April, that would be a total of if you added those together, let's say we had approved that,
Uh-huh.
it'd be a 17% raise in X amount of time.
From the 56 that she
Right.
was.
Right.
So
From the
I-
56,625.
I had the request from April, if you guys want the actual numbers, that'd be
But,
helpful at all, or no?
Okay. If John says it's okay, I'd like to hear.
So the first deputy request was to bump it from 56,635 to 58,731. And then the deputy reporter increase was from 44,415 to 46,511.
what was that first figure?
The deputy recorder was 44,415. Then the ask was to bump it to 46,511.
All right, and for first deputy was how much?
For first deputy, it was an increase from 56,635 to 58,731.
And that was before the proposed 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
That was the request back in April.
That was, yeah.
So that was approximately $2,000 additional salary for those two.
Right,
employees.
but I wouldn't have asked for this much on top of that. I would have gone with the average salary difference. It would have been the average. I'm not sure how you're coming up with
So
17%.
wouldn't it be 7% on top of 58,731?
If it had been approved.
Yeah.
Here's the interesting thing. If you use that 58,731 that Teresa asked for back in April, throw a 7% number on that, it comes up, by my math, which is probably questionable, 62,842, which is not too far off of
From my original.
from your
request.
original request for 24, right?
Right.
It's right on the money.
Right. And if I had gotten that, I wouldn't. And I just added 7% to hers. Because I did everybody, and they're still on the low end of the average.
It's from the.
So
original.
yeah, if I had gotten the 58,731 and the 7%, I would have been right in line with the.
But Teresa, I think the dilemma here is not that no one is deserving. The dilemma here is trying to do the same thing for you as we did for everybody else. The only exception for you is kind of made a promise, but then we kind of made a promise to Betsy. We kind of made,
Right.
it's.
And I agree.
Exactly. So it's fallen in our laps to fix it. So
Right.
fair is not always equal. Equal is not always fair. I'm going to support, like I told you before, what I said on the first one. I'm not I don't agree with, I think we need to leave the job change or the job title change going from whatever to whatever to the new personnel committee. But as far as your first deputy, I don't know that the 12.2 is.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm just agreeing with Mr. Dittmer's, the percentages.
Right. Yeah, I get that.
And we can talk about this till we're all blue in the
Right.
face,
Right.
and
Right.
it's all debatable, so.
Yeah.
Somebody.
And I made a motion that failed, so what, is there a second motion?
Any further discussion? Anybody like to make a motion to attempt?
Based on discussion, I'll give it a shot. I move we approve the 1189 Recorders Records Perpetuation Account. And it's going to be with changes. First deputy back to the original 24 request, because I think that's consistent with what was discussed back in the spring. And gives a 10% increase by anybody's standard that's a pretty strong number. And then for now, we leave the deputy recorder at the 7% increase, which I believe is the 47,424. Is that correct?
524.
Yeah.
524, sorry.
524.
Right.
57524. 47524.
47524, right.
Motion, John Dittmers.
All right, clarification. On the first deputy, what would be the number?
62,246.
Sorry.
62,246.
As
If you
was
look under
proposed.
As was originally
2024,
proposed.
requested budget.
The 62,246.
A motion by John Dittmers.
What did you have for first deputy, John?
Number right here.
I'll second that. So further discussion?
Well, if you use the 58,
All in
731
favor,
times 7,
signify
that
by
comes
saying
out
aye.
62,842.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed?
Wait a minute,
Okay,
is there a number problem
Or
here?
the number. Well, So I think he said the percentage on top of the 58731. I don't know which one it is. It's a 62246 or the 62842.
62846 minus your
Don't know.
5625. That's the 10% we talked about,
Okay, so this 62246.
is the 10% over what was
On top
adopted
of
in 23.
Okay, got it.
Right?
Okay.
Is the final number.
Okay.
It's the requested budget, 24, first column, 62,246 is where my,
That's where your motion
that's where I
was.
landed, yep.
And we had a second by me. I asked for a vote. Getting an echo.
She's recording this.
I was trying to join via Zoom because I have to go, so I'm sorry, I apologize.
Here twice.
So all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Afternoon.
Hi, Mike.
Hi, Mike Watkins, County Assessor. You want to do them separate or together? There's a little bit of information on the first one if you want to do them separate. Well, a little bit of information on the first and the third.
Separate, please.
Okay,
If it's
okay.
okay.
First one is General Fund Assessor, the 109. The changes that we did were, we went from 5 to 7% for everybody. Other than line 11335, I took it down. It will now be, instead of at 7%, 45747, we're asking for 45195 is the total. Beyond that, the entirety of the 109 budget for us is as presented at first reading.
So 1001, 109 County Assessor, page 107. Any questions for Mike?
I'll make a motion, sir, if you're ready for one.
Ready?
Make a motion to approve the budget as resubmitted at second reading. 1001, 109, general fund assessor.
Motion Pamela Burton.
Second.
Second John Myers. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, second one, county sales disclosure fee, 1131. That is to the penny exactly what it was at first reading.
Any further questions for Mike? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve 1131 as approved on first reading.
Motion. Motion by Ron Deere.
John Deere. And a second by John.
Second by John Myers. Wow. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, last one, reassessment fund, 1224. Salaries were all moving from 5 to 7%. No anomalies there other than 11382, the certified appraiser position. We are going to be renaming that to sales disclosure clerk, dropping the salary from what it was going to be of 49728 at the 7% to 45747 in total.
So technically, you're lowering
Yes.
your budget.
Yeah. And in order to make up the difference, because this is not a general fund one, the extra money from going from 5 to 7%, we took out of professional services, lowering that by, I think it was $5,116. So the original advertised and revised should be the exact same dollar.
Okay, any further discussion? Any questions for Mike? Entertain a motion. 1224.
Is that 11383 for the certified appraiser?
That is going to be renamed. We submitted that earlier to be the commercial industrial manager.
There again, Mike, that may put us right back to the same scenario that
I understand. Can I
With-
provide a little information on it? knowing where
John
you're
is the
going?
one you probably need to direct those
Oh, that's
questions to.
fine.
I'm just pointing out that this might be the same scenario we dealt with some of these other.
I understand where you're
departments
coming
first
from on
reading
it.
To second.
Yeah.
Well, he's responding to you, Pam. He doesn't.
Well, I just caught the number.
Okay, and I understand, I do. As I explained at first reading, we had a situation where my predecessor farmed out the commercial industrial work for the county. And I've done an analysis since taking the office on what that costs us. Having run the math on it at the average number of commercial and industrial permits that we get each year, it's going to cost us just this year $29,200 to have my subcontractor do the commercial industrial new construction. I have an employee that is capable of and willing to adopt those duties. And the total change in his salary, I believe, even at the 7%, is a little bit of change over $14,000.
So is he going to be required to do overtime work to do this?
Some of his other duties are going to be redistributed to some of the other employees. I'm not asking for more for them. Having discovered some inefficiencies in the system prior to my taking over. And I don't think that we're going to have a problem with him going into huge amounts of overtime. The extra work required, believe it or not, doing houses is a lot less complex than doing $60 million warehouses. And the appeals that come from them tend to, instead of involving a taxpayer thumping their arm on the chest, is a lawyer. So
And is there a different certification requirement?
he is required to and will be a level 3 Indiana assessor appraiser, already is, which is the highest level of certification that the state of Indiana offers for assessor appraisers. We have a number of them in the office already. And he's willing to do this for that $14,000. Or I can tell our subcontractor, we want to give you $30,000 a year to keep doing it the way you're doing it.
So what are the other certified appraisers at that same level? Are they making that much money?
No, they're making, I will find it here real quick.
The 45, is it 747?
Let me find the right name here real quick and I will tell you, I'm sorry.
It's all right.
For next year, post 7%, 49,728 are what the level 3 certified appraisers should be making,
And this one's gonna be making a little over 60?
which will be commensurate, or that's the wrong word, will be directly comparable to what the real property manager I've already got is making. Might not help the argument much, but they'll be going from what under our old system was a Pat 1 to a Pat 3.
So am I hearing you saying him taking that position is stipulative on getting a 30.13% increase?
I am not going to ask an employee to do work he's not going to be paid for. So if that's the answer you were looking for, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure,
Yeah.
just wanted to be aware that that was going to happen if this didn't.
Right,
happen.
yeah.
And I'm assuming they would go back to whatever job it was they were doing.
They
prior
would
to.
continue remaining what they're doing right now.
Gotcha.
So Mike, I support you. I think as a council, we need to recognize our elected officials, what their job is and how much better they know their job than we do. And there has to be a certain amount of trust that we have to instill in them. And that doesn't make for the argument that we've gotten into today any easier. But this is my personal opinion, is I believe that we have to trust the elected officials and the department heads in some of these decisions. So I would say that I would support Mike in this one.
So are you gonna reduce your professional services?
Yes, by about $5,100.
Would that be, if you're not paying the contractor the 30, what are you gonna be paying them? Or is that gonna go away?
Oh, the contractor's not going away. They're doing our reassessment. This is built into our contract with the reassessment company, Tyler Technologies. They will do, included in the contract, 100 commercial and industrial parcels per year. Every parcel after that, if it's commercial, they charge us a flat $100. Every industrial parcel after that, they charge us a flat $200. Having run the math, it's about $30,000 it'll cost us to have them do that. That minus $5,000, we looked at, my first deputy and I looked at the amount that we have spent in the past. That seemed to be the best place to pull the money from to make up the difference, because we had to, with the increase from 5 to 7%, and this not being general fund, we had to bring it back down to what it was. Did I just go in a roundabout way and not answer? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I got lost on the way.
So you're saying you're gonna save us 30,000?
Correct. By
Right.
spending about 14.
So we're 16,000.
Yeah.
Where's it reflect?
Where does it reflect?
Yeah, in
the budget.
Melissa, what line is Tyler paid out of?
So Tyler was paying out the reassessment, professional services.
Tyler's paid out of professional services, yes. They would bill us extra, that $30,000 that I'm talking about. And so far, they have not billed it to us, so we haven't had to write them a check for that. The quicker we get this new employee on this job, the less it's gonna cost the county to do it. The work's still gotta be done.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out where's the 14,000 reduction or 16,000.
We haven't gotten a bill yet. The bill will be about $30,000. I can't speak for their billing company. They just haven't sent it out.
So
this is for the 24 years. So if you have a 12-month run
Mm-hmm.
and your certified appraiser is on board and going, and you don't have to use the services of whoever you're using now.
For that particular
for
duty,
that.
correct.
So when you go, if you move this to January, with this $560,000
Mm-hmm.
be reduced by more than the 5,000 it's showing? It sounds like you're saying
Oh.
that, but it's not reflected in the numbers here, is I think what the question is.
Okay. Maybe I understand a little better now. I'm trying, sorry, it's been a long
Me
day
too.
for all
Yeah.
of us. At first reading, we asked for $560,000. All we were looking for at second reading was to bring that down. I'm probably answering the wrong question again. Bring the budget back into balance. We had to come up with $5,000. That's where we brought it from. Now, if you're asking for where's the $16,000? I'm sorry? Right, we haven't been billed that. If you think that we should remove $16,000 from professional services, we can do that. We can let it ride, and I don't believe I'll come back asking for additional appropriation next year. My crystal ball is just as good as your guys's is, though.
Feels like if you do, then the plan didn't work. Because you're essentially saying you're gonna save 16, it's part of your justification for
Yeah.
the new
Yeah.
deal, right? So
Yeah.
the offset to that, I
Yeah,
think is what needs to be defined inside the lines here.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to figure
One
out.
of the things I tried to make very clear in my own head when I decided that I was dumb enough to run for this office was that I'm going to try to be the best steward of the money that I could be. Reassessment fund, general fund, whatever it is. And if I can save us that $16,000, that's an awful lot of houses, property tax bills.
But if you can't do that, then the justification for this change is not there and it didn't, and your plan didn't work. Is that a fair assessment?
If I fail, correct.
Okay.
So
I
how
accept
much,
that as the office head.
how much, just in a nutshell, how much would you save for just this position per year?
How much will I be paying that position?
No, how much would you save?
How much will I save?
Yeah.
About if I'm understanding correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I get lost quickly, about $16,000 a year.
So times 10 years.
Times
is-
10 years is $160,000.
Oh, and plus.
Yeah, and that's assuming that a dollar today is a dollar in 2033.
And I'm also assuming that your numbers are marginal, right? They're just,
I keep things as close to the bone as I can.
So this person will be getting over a 30% increase in their pay. So I'm assuming, you know, their job responsibilities, as you have said, it would go
Through the roof, yes.
through the roof.
Yes.
So what happens to what they were doing?
As I've already said, I'm having discovered some inefficiencies in the office upon taking office. I'm reallocating some of the responsibilities that it's currently got pre the change in the description to two of the other employees that will be absorbing that at no additional request. And I have zero intention of coming before the council to say in January, hey, remember those two I said I'm not asking for more money? Times are different. That's not going to happen.
did anybody get that?
You can hold me to that.
Okay, any additional questions for Mike? Waiting for a motion. Here we are again.
Okay, 1224, move to approve as resubmitted on second read.
I'll second. Any additional discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No. Yes, I'm opposed.
So
I'm opposed as well. Matt,
What was it? What'd you say?
I'm opposed. It's a nay vote. The
So
math doesn't work.
nothing passes.
You need
They
four. to
need
pass
four
this.
votes to
Majority.
Need four to pass.
motion fails.
What did John Myers vote?
I better do.
Yes.
Yes. Let me try this again as far as why I voted no. I'm hearing on the one hand, Mike, it's a $16,000 save as part of the justification for the position and the increase to that comp.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
I don't see a $16,000 offset on the expense side that reflects that savings. I see 5. So that to me is a
Okay.
$5,000 savings, not a
Okay.
$16,000 savings.
If you would like to, if I'm allowed to right now,
Yes, sir.
Please.
take line 31,000 even, professional services, currently on second reading request is 554,884. Drop $16,000 off of that. And that would make it even, would it not?
And if I may say, not to
Yeah,
justify,
feel
but to tell
free.
you mine.
Yeah.
We've sat up here all afternoon and debated over 1% and 2% for different offices that had pure valid justification. And because of the situation that we're in, we have said, no, we can't do that.
I understand.
There's one we compromised on because of a prior promise. So it's not that I don't understand, like the recorder gets her, she gets her money from a perpetuation fund. So I understand that's not real estate tax dollars, but with her, we said, it doesn't matter where you get your money from, this is what we're gonna do. So it's not that, in my opinion, it isn't deserving or isn't justifiable, but I can't in good faith, for me, vote for a 30% pay increase when I've turned others down for 7 at this time.
But I would disagree, Pamela, respectively. In this case, this is a taxpayer dollar issue. And it is an issue where a taxpayer is not paying that additional money every year. It's $10,000 plus, 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 plus.
Mhm.
So without regard, and with regard to the other positions, this regard is a little bit different and it is like a fee-based or revenue-based juxtaposition. So
This fund has a tax rate.
What'd you say?
This fund has a
It's a
tax
tax
rate.
rate.
It is property taxes.
Reassessment.
The name is reassessment. Yeah.
So everything you spend is taxed now.
Right.
of course, and that's my point.
With your point, the
It's
reduction is
less. It's a reduction.
if he lowers the professional services.
Yeah, then my math, I reconcile when that happens, then I'm good. If she does that. Like to the point of.
Okay. Yeah, am I allowed to change what I initially submitted for second reading to accommodate what I
No.
said of reducing the
No.
professional services?
The changes part.
You
Okay, let's make it 560 again.
You can go down, you can't go up.
So anyway, Pam, in response to your question, I do understand. Like I tell every taxpayer that comes into the office, I will never invest my ego in any one thing. It's not worth it. I'm here to do the job to get to the right answer. Every single one of us in here, you guys and me, we're all trying to get to the right
I
answer.
voted for you and have worked for you for 30, with you for 30 years. So
Yeah.
I know that, Mike. I know that you have
I
nothing
understand.
personally invested in it.
Yeah.
And I appreciate you understanding why I, again, am going to vote no
I understand.
because of the size of the raise and the
Yeah.
increase. So
All right, further discussion? If not, entertain a motion. I think we know where we are, don't we? 12:24. I see daylight at the end of the tunnel.
I'm going to run a quick calculation just so I can say the actual number out loud. The 554,884 minus, was it 16,000? Professional services changing to 538,884.
that was 538 what?
538,884.
Thank you.
Assuming my iPhone can math.
As long as it's not calculus.
That's my son's job, not mine.
But this is a lot like calculus. Closer you get to the answer, the farther away you get.
It feels that way. We describe property assessment as science and art. The dividing line between where it becomes one and the other gets blurry sometimes. You put three appraisers in a room assessing any property, I can guarantee you, if they don't cross notes with each other, you're gonna get three different answers.
As opposed to mine.
So we have five up here. We have Fund 1224. Like to have a motion.
I'll move, we approve 1224 reassessment with the change, I think it's the only change of reducing professional services to 538,884. And that's with second reading with following changes. Not just they weren't following, they were ahead of it.
Thank you, John. Motion, John Dittmer.
Second.
Second, John Myers. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Next.
What fund are we on here?
1157. 102.
Who is that?
Elizabeth Alvey, Johnson County Auditor.
Hi, Liz.
Hello.
What page number are we on?
We are on 111.
I think it's time for a supper break.
Okay. I'm fine with that.
So any changes or since?
Yes, I changed most of them back to a 7 as you requested. There are 3 employees that I was asking 7% plus 1,000. This is due to the additional duties of GAP. Really, I mean, our whole department does do the GAP reporting, and there is a lot that they do. That I went ahead and did 7% for everybody except for those 3. And then account number 3100, the professional services. I changed that from 110,000 to 107. That's to reduce the 3,000 so I can get to those 3 employees.
How much do you have left in that line item? Because of June, you had $2,367.
In the 31.
3,100, 31,000.
So this is just to pay Baker Tilly for the gap and the audit. We're in our audit now. The audit last year was late, so everything came out of this year. But the 110,000 is not to exceed our contract for 24. But we're trying to do more stuff in-house, which we have to do a lot of it anyway for the prep work to even give to them. But we're doing a lot more in-house, so that's for the request.
Well, I'm
Again,
gonna
I-
go ahead and address the elephant in the room. I'm gonna have to stick to my 7%. As bad as I want to say
No.
yes, because I know I was on the groundbreaking for GAP, and I know as the years goes on, it's gotten worse. But I also know I have to support the personnel committee that they're having. So at the risk of again losing more friends, I'm gonna have to support 7% with no stipends.
And I totally understand that.
Okay.
I just keep thinking I rather pay.
That doesn't mean that these 4 will. That's just my thoughts. I have to stay consistent.
Yeah,
try to.
again, I just want to pay, I would rather pay the employee for the work than pay a vendor.
I've been there. I know.
Yeah.
I know.
So will the contract be reduced? Is it a contract or a billing? with
We just
Baker
wouldn't
Tilly?
use, I mean, this is for next year, but we just wouldn't be using them as much because we're going to be doing it in-house.
It's still a little, I mean, we're still learning on it. I mean, this is going on our 3rd year, but we've already made some changes and we'll continue to. So eventually we would like to cut that professional services down even more. But with the 7% you gave, we didn't want to ask for anything more, but felt like we needed to do something for at least those 3 main people.
So there's gonna be a reduction in the
We-
professional services.
We did reduce
I
that for
understand,
second.
right. But you're not gonna come back later and say, we need the extra 3,000 to pay this company for the gap.
Not unless a law changes or legislation, something else changes where it's out of our control. No, that's not.
Okay.
Well, this is a good example of one of the items that I think we will be looking at on the personnel committee, and that's when there are definable additional skills that are necessary, call it a stipend or call it whatever you want, that it's available. Have the challenge of approving it at this point in time. But I think it's the kind of thing, I use the example of the firefighters when they go from a firefighter to an EMT to an engineer. you have to increase your educational level and your responsibilities are also increased. I appreciate, suggesting what you're trying to do here, but still have that challenge of trying to be equitable this year. I understand what Pam's saying.
I'm sorry. Can I add one more thing? The changes you approved for the probation and all them, the clerks and office managers, a lot of their work that they do comes to the auditor's office. And these are happens to be the 3 same employees that audits, processes all of their work, a lot of times correct, catches errors, fixes them, makes, all that. So, and a lot of the cases, those people now are making more than our employees. And again, I appreciate the 7%. I appreciate the personnel committee. So if you wouldn't pass this, I would ask if the personnel committee, once it gets going, that you guys entertain raises before the 25 budget.
If that was a recommendation, could we
Are you
do
asking-
it?
Are you saying special appropriation throughout the year? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, since you already gave some people raises, I mean, instead of waiting the rest of the county employees waiting a whole year. Once we get this straightened out through the personnel committee, why wait? Go ahead and implement those
Instead of,
changes.
Budget time.
Correct.
Amy, I have a question on what you just
It may
said.
take us a year.
This audit review of work other departments are doing, isn't that within scope of their responsibility and part of their job? Or is it in addition to?
No, it's what we currently do.
Right.
You gave the other people raises doing the same job. They're not doing additional duties.
Can I elaborate on that just a little bit, Amy? Because I've been, stop me if I'm wrong, but what she's saying is, you have this person in here, they're in charge of this job, whether it be claims or payroll or insurance, or regardless of what they're doing. That has to come through this office for an audit.
By definition, it's an
Right.
auditor's role.
Well, not,
Audit.
It's a check and balance.
it's a checks and balance. But the point she's making, I don't know how to say this politically correct. They're fixing what was never done right originally and making less money. They're making less money to fix the errors, but the other people are making more money not to make the errors. But yes, you are correct. That is part of the responsibility of the auditor's
I guess,
office.
yeah, I mean, that's where that inequity.
Right, right.
that imbalance comes in, we're trying to correct.
Right.
But every person that comes up here, including you guys, has a valid point, a great point. And every time someone says something about this, the pressure on this personnel
Right.
committee just keeps getting a little
Right.
tighter.
Right.
Well, I'm
I
going to
think it's
retire
because
this
you guys
Saturday.
approved a few departments and no one else. I think that's the biggest issue.
But I think, Amy, that was the project to begin with, was the public safety, as though they would be separated from what I understood. That we would deal with those and then the personnel committee would deal with the others. Fair is not always equal, equal's not always fair, and I certainly understand where you're coming from.
Again, appreciate the 7%, I guess, interpretation, public safety, whether that included admin and support staff or not, so.
Good point.
Keep it brief.
I just wanted to say that I sat in on a meeting with the company that was going to provide the GAP services. I distinctly remember them saying that over time, our employees would be able to take over the bulk of this accounting services. Because I was concerned about the number being 6 figures and the fact that the state hoisted that on us. And that they were assuring us that we would be able to take this over. our
Did they put a
employees,
time on that?
Over a period of time.
Did they say how much time?
No.
10 years,
No,
15 years?
no. No, they didn't indicate the time, but I assumed based on our employees, we'd be able to take it over within a few years.
Well, Ron, and they changed since it's the gap started and we were in those meetings. The gap requirements have changed. They just keep adding on and adding on and adding on each year because as the SBOA audits and works with these Baker Tilly's, they realize the difference in what needs to be added. So it's just been a moving target. I've not worked with it this year, but it's just been a moving target from day one, which just makes it utter chaos. And even though I'm not going to vote for these, I'm just saying, I understand it. It's just been a moving target. And what they did say at the beginning, actually what they said, give us 3 years and you won't need us. You'll just pay us and we'll look and make sure you've done things correctly. Well, I can tell you right now that was an impossible goal.
Yeah, that was before COVID, so it's hard to learn when you can't get with them, but you don't want to get with them too much because they charge you for every little thing.
So further discussion. I'm just crunching a number here. I'll tell you, something's got me interested. So the difference between 5% and 7% on these positions is $964. That's what we're looking at for 3 positions. So we're talking $3,000.
Which is what she reduced, I think, the professional line item by. Correct. Which was the same thing that Mike did for the 30% increase. That we denied with other people.
All right, so we've got this 1157 in front of us and waiting on a motion.
Ron, you've been quiet all day down there.
Yeah, I've been real quiet. Okay, just so we can have a discussion, I'll make a motion 1157. Items 11,369, 370, and 11,385 be reduced to the 7 with a comment that I respect the additional 1,000 for the gap. And I think that's, just like I said, it's like firefighters going to the next level. And I think it's certainly something that we can look at, but when we got all these first deputies and or excuse me, not first deputies, but deputy auditors and deputy this and deputy that, we need to come to some kind of commonality. So and then, you've already made the reductions in professional services, right?
So we add that back in?
Do we need to add that back in?
Yes.
Yes.
And adding back in 110 to 110,000 on 31,000.
Motion by Ron Deere. Motion to approve by Ron Deere.
I'm losing a bunch of them today.
I'll second it. Wholeheartedly second it with regret. Can you condition your votes? So we have a motion by Ron Deere, second by Jonathan T. Any additional discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next.
And then the next two, could you probably just do those together? Yeah, 1216 and 1217, 102, no changes.
We take these together, 1216 and 1217, 102. Auditors ineligible deductions and elected officials training.
I'll make a motion to approve as was approved at first reading. 1216 and 1217.
Motion by Pamela Burton,
Second.
second by John Myers. Any additional discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Auditors plat map maintenance, 1181.
Okay, so there was some changes.
Salaries down or up to 7%.
Okay.
Or down 7%.
Okay, yeah, there is that one salary, the 11,340, that's down 7%.
The
And
other
the
increases are
supplement,
just for FICA, perf, and health insurance, correct?
Yes.
Not
Okay.
health insurance, but the salaries, FICA perf, and then we put some money in office equipment,
Okay,
but we're still under that.
yeah.
So what's the 14,400, the group health insurance? Says per year for those eligible.
So, but in all the like fee funds or non-reverting funds, we budget for health insurance for employees. If they take it, then it goes into, for the commissioners to use. So we pay that to them each year.
Thank you. Okay, fund number 1181. Further discussion or questions,
I can make a motion. if you want.
please?
Fund 1181 auditors plat map maintenance. I'll make a motion to approve as resubmitted at second reading.
Motion Pamela Burton,
Second.
second John Myers. Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Community Mental Health Center.
I move to approve 1001, 129, general fund, adult, child mental health as approved on first reading.
Second. Motion by John Myers, second by John Dittmers. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 101-129. All right, next item is 1157, 135. Food and Beverage Council. So anybody have any changes or things you want to discuss about this? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
A motion we approve 1157, 135 Food and Beverage Fund Council as resubmitted on second reading.
Motion by Ron Deere. Second, John Myers. additional comment? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 1001 General Fund Council. What would you like done here, Amy?
You can do the next two together and approve them. Well, so the general fund, you're just zeroing out that was for the advertising. And then the 1217, 135, there's no change.
All right, so we're considering 1001, 135 and 1217, 135, same motion. Any comments or discussion?
I move we approve 101, 135, general fund, council's general fund, and 1217, 135, elected officials training for the council as resubmitted on the second year.
Second.
Motion by John Dittmer, second by John Myers. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Now do we do part-time?
Yes.
Any changes?
The only change from first reading is the treasurer had requested up to $25 an hour.
On the corner, are we leaving the $20 for phone conversation or whatever?
Want to talk about it?
Or second one from the bottom.
2022, 2023. So he's increasing $5 per call. He reduced per autopsy. $65 per increase the per 12-hour shift stipend. And added $50 per additional call, $20 per phone consultation. Is that all the changes? Just the treasurer.
Yeah, $3 per call, $50 for autopsy, $65 for what kind of shit, you know, call. $50 per additional personnel. Maintenance bed.
So how many autopsies does decedents does he deal with per year?
I'm sorry?
How many decedents does he have per year? 300? You have any idea?
What was the question?
How many decedents does the coroner deal with yearly, annually?
If the number's important, we get it by the final reading.
Yeah.
I think he's given us that number before recently on a report.
Okay.
I have a question on the treasurer's request on the $25 versus 20, is that what I understand?
Yeah, that was what she requested on her.
So is that a skilled position? In other words, why wouldn't part-time hourly rate be consistent across the board? 20 for some, 25 for others, that sort of thing. Is that skilled? Or
I don't
is-
know, her first deputy's here.
Yeah, that's it. Just a question.
I believe it's for collections at tax collection
Yeah,
time.
my
but-
point is, why would there be a deviation in the rate?
I believe what Michelle was trying to do, because it has been hard to find part-time just for seasonal. It's hard to find someone just to come into the office for 3-4 weeks at a time, Monday through Friday, and then boom, you don't have a paycheck. So I think what her mind thinking was trying to find it, make it more appealing for someone to come in making $25 an hour, make it worth their while to come in for those peak times during collection seasons. But like she said, it's just up to, we're gonna advertise lower than that. We're gonna try to pay them as least
wants
as we
the
can.
flexibility to
But
do
it's
it.
just up to, and give us that window in case we need to.
Thanks.
For some kind of context, Mike had sent me back in February the numbers for his calls in 2022, and it was 303. That's last year's numbers, nothing for this year, but a little bit of context.
Yeah, just so that we could give it some consideration for. Does he have a number reflected in his budget?
Sure it does. I just had it.
Does anybody know what that $20 per phone consultant means?
That's. I asked him during the meeting.
I don't
first hearing.
recall what he said.
It's like if they don't go out on a call, but a deputy or somebody calls and says that they're with somebody's deceased, can they release it to the mortuary? Or do they, that's what basically what it is. It's just a phone call or consultation. You know, just to let them know, they do a report on it, I guess, I don't know.
And it's an action that they're literally on the clock, you know, they're performing a county function and he's compensating for it as opposed to zero. They're not being paid for it at all.
Right, but they get the $65 already for the stipend to be on call.
You got 46,866 in that line item.
So they're there anyway when the call comes in? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, they're at home or wherever because they're on call.
Okay, and they're getting paid that $65 for being on call?
They're getting the $65, yes.
And then if they do take a call, a telephone call, and don't have to go out, they get an additional $20?
Right, but if they have to go out, it's 130 or whatever it is.
The average hourly rate come up something like $5. When you look at it that way.
$130 a call. That's what you budgeted. That's what they get for being on call.
If you want to debate it with him, you can debate it between now and the final reading. But he's already explained it.
Okay, do I have a motion on part-time rates?
It's not an 8 to 5 job, obviously. They're on call 24 hours.
And just to clarify one thing, 303 was a call for service, not their incoming calls. So I was confused on what the discussion was. So we'll just probably retract that 303 comment.
Yeah, that's not the phone calls.
Yeah, it's on the phone
That's
calls.
the
It's
calls for service.
Yeah, sorry about that.
So I have a note here too on the clerk election voter under 2024, $11 and $12. Why did I put that on there?
That was changed and approved on first reading.
It was 9 something, right?
No, she requested 11 and increased it to 12, and you guys approved it.
Okay. Anybody feel comfortable making a motion here?
Yeah, that's fine. I think you're.
As a general rule, you appropriate so much for part-time anyway in their budget.
Yeah.
So if they use it up quicker, that mean, and then it's up to you not to do an additional appropriation if you think that that increase wasn't necessary and they used it up.
Talk me into it, Ron. I'll make the motion that part-time rates be approved as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I'm sorry, what was the motion?
To approve the rates as presented. Is that what you want?
As presented as first reading.
At the first reading?
As approved on first reading, and there was another change.
As approved.
The health department's nurses went from up to $25. So as approved, and then if you want to include,
As approved, as resubmitted on second reading with the following changes.
well, the only change then would be the treasurer's office.
$25 for the treasurer's office. Tell me what to say, Amy, and I'll say it.
Good job.
Good job for a good new guy.
I'm still looking to play the card. John Dittmers and the second by John Myers. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Oops.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a comment about the budget process and make a suggestion for us to consider recommendations at our October meeting. Some of us have just been having some casual conversations about the process and how we can modify the process and make this process for the budget hearings give us more time, for lack of a better explanation. And I certainly have some recommendations that I know John Dittmers I've talked to and some others have, and I'm not exclusive to having suggestions. So I think in our October meeting, at the end of the meeting, it would be a good time for us to do what are the emergency management people call it, post-incident review or whatever that's
It'd be more
called.
like an autopsy on.
An autopsy, yeah, do an autopsy on what we've done during this process and how we can make it better and more effective and efficient for all people involved, not only the council, but the auditor's office and everybody else. And when you talk to other communities, the way we've done it is cumbersome, for lack of a better word. And I certainly would entertain that we would have a discussion at the end of our October meeting about how we might do better.
And Mr. President, I just wanted to say that when I make comments, I'm not being critical. I'm not criticizing you at all. I think at least the guys that have been on there for a while know that. All I'm doing is making observations. So, it's personal.
It's personal.
No, it's personal in the emails I sent you.
We just got to remember that anybody that has O-N in their first name, has an opportunity.
When we play pickleball, there's several runs.
Yeah.
And we always say that's what we need is more runs.
That's right.
So I'll entertain a motion to do something.
So moved.
And our next meeting,
concerning the
budget is.
October 9th.
October 9th.
And when did you say your next personnel meeting was?
So who made the motion to adjourn for real?
He did.
And second?
I did.
Thank you.
Stay with us. No changes from the first reading.
No public comment.
But it's a
So,
public
yeah.
meeting, you know